from damage that we had in January. With that, I request from Sean to start the presentation and tell us what the study is, results. Okay? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Akram. Esteemed members of the City Council, thank you for inviting CNC to present the results of our study and a summary of our findings. Wanted to briefly go over some of the objectives of the study. The first objective was to identify all the existing roadways and drainage facilities within the city that did not comply with the current flood protection policy. And we'll get into that as I continue with the presentation as to the exact nature of the policy. Once we had determined which areas did not comply with the flood protection policy, we identified feasible solutions to mitigate the flooding problem, develop an opinion of probable construction cost for each alternative, and presented those in the study. Another component of our study, as Akram mentioned, was a video inspection of existing corrugated metal pipes throughout the city to determine their condition and to provide recommendations for their disposition. That work is ongoing. The video inspection has been completed. We're in the process of viewing them and reporting our findings to the City Public Works. This next slide shows what I referred to earlier, which is the current flood protection policy that's adopted by the county or is presented in the county's local drainage manual and has been adopted by the city of Villa Park for street flooding. Basically, it provides a different level of protection for local streets, which are defined as any roadway with a curb-to-curb width of about 34 feet approximately, versus an arterial highway, which would be classified as a major thoroughfare, something that sees more traffic at higher speeds with more driveways. For an arterial highway, the level of protection that's called for is more stringent. The figure on the left shows the flood protection policy for a local street. The 10-year flood is allowed to come up to the top of curb. As long as it's contained within the top of curb, it's acceptable. For an arterial roadway, for a 10-year flood, the maximum allowable water surface in the street is supposed to leave 12 feet of travel lane dry in each direction. So that severely limits how much flow you can carry in a street while still complying with that requirement. And if you're in a sump condition, then that would be for a 25-year storm. For both street types, the maximum 100-year water surface elevation has to be at least 1 foot below adjacent pad elevations. So those are the requirements that we were looking to comply with. This next slide shows the existing roadway network and classifications throughout the city of Villa Park. This is from the 2010 edition of the city's general plan. And basically, all of the streets that are listed on the legend were treated as arterial streets for the purposes of this study. Those are the ones that provide connection throughout the city. All of the other streets are local streets, the ones that are shown with a double thin line. And of course, another component of drainage and flood protection are storm drains. This next exhibit shows the boundary, the corporate boundary of the city of Villa Park, shown in a pink color. All of the red lines are existing storm drain facilities that are owned and maintained by the city, versus the ones that are shown in darker green color, which are owned and maintained by the County of Orange. Obviously, just use my pointer here, this would be the Santiago Creek Channel, EO8, SO2, EO8. The major storm drain facility through the city of Villa Park is the Center Drive Drain, which consists of a reinforced concrete box with an arched top, and it varies in size from approximately 7 to 8 feet wide and 4 to 5 feet high. It's a fairly old facility. It was built in 1958, and we have the as-bills for it. It starts out from the outfall at Santiago Creek and goes up center, and then it makes a left, sort of turns easterly on Serrano and continues diagonally through the back of some residential lots and continues into or terminates in that vicinity, where it turns into a 90-inch CMP. As you're all aware, during the January storm of this year, a section of the CMP in the upper reaches of the creek collapsed. So that is also addressed in our study with some recommendations.
Excuse me, where it says, where you're at the top where the EO8 and PO4, where is that tip right there? What
Lemon.
streets are we at?
EOA,
Street.
Yeah, right at the top, not, you've got the E, you got the line at the bottom, where is that curve?
Yes,
Right
this one?
there, yeah, where's that knot right there? Where is that?
That's Lemon between Mesa and Valley.
Between Mason and Valley. Thank you. And that's county?
yes. This exhibit was obtained from the County of Orange. So that basically represents the existing network of roadways and storm drains within the city. And with that, I just wanted to briefly go over some of the highlights of the approach that we took to this study. Obviously, the first step was to collect all available reports and studies and add the record drawings for the project. Prepared a hydrology map and conducted hydrology calculations to compute the peak 10, 25, and 100-year storms based on the 1986 Orange County Hydrology Manual and the 95 addendum. Once we computed the peak flows, we conducted hydraulic calculations to determine whether the facility had sufficient capacity to carry the design storm. And once we identified the deficient facilities, we identified solutions to mitigate the flooding problem and determined an approximate cost of construction. And the last step was, as Akram mentioned, to prioritize the projects, to determine which projects provided the greatest benefit to the community and the greatest rate of return for the investment. This is the hydrology map that we prepared. This took us a while to get done, but this basically became the basis of our analysis. It's based on the USGS topographic mapping, and we received input from the County of Orange as well as the City of Orange on the existing improvements in the area. Some of the highlights of the revisions that were made to the 97 report were, first thing we had to do was to
You
check.
speak up, please.
So some of the improvements we had to make were, we had to verify the boundary of the city. And we noticed that the boundary on the previous study was not drawn correctly. Over in the northwesterly corner of the city, the boundary was not correct. In fact, some of the reported problem areas on some of the streets were shown to be outside the city boundary. So that's been verified. The city boundary is shown correctly. The area between Taft and Bishop, which is immediately to the north of the city hall, was shown incorrectly in the previous report to drain to the south, when in fact we know that its sheet flows out onto Santiago Boulevard and continues northerly. And that's significant because we know there is some flooding issues along Taft Avenue. There is also reports of flooding in front of the high school on Taft Avenue. And the previous report had assumed runoff from the area east of Nichols to continue westerly and end up in the existing channel that's located south of the middle school. and that we know is not the case. So we rectified or we revised the hydrology to indicate the correct pattern of flow. And we will get more into that as we discuss some of the projects, some of the proposed improvements in the area. We also reflected in our hydrology study the storm drain improvements that have been constructed by the city since 1997, and those include a stretch of storm drain on Taft Avenue between Lemon and Doran, also on Santiago Boulevard east of Center, as well as the improvements on Serrano north of the middle school. So those were taken into account when we did our hydraulic analysis. And this is a spreadsheet that shows a summary of our hydraulic calculations for those streets that do not currently have any existing storm drains in them. It identifies the street in the far left column, the classification of the roadway, whether it's a collector or a local or a major highway. We show the nodes that were shown on the hydrology map and the corresponding elevations and the distance between them to calculate the slope. And given the slope of the street and the geometry of the cross-section of the street, we calculate the capacity of that roadway, which are shown in these three columns for the 10, 25, and 100-year storms. And we compared them to the computed flows in that same stretch of the roadway. And if the capacity is less than the computed flow, then it's identified as a deficient system. And the last column over on the right side identifies the size of the storm drain pipe that would be needed to pick up the slack, to mitigate the deficiency and provide the required flood protection for that street. And this next slide shows the calculations for those streets that also have an existing storm drain. The analysis is basically the same. We calculate the slope between the nodes. We calculate the capacity of the street, but we also calculate the capacity of the storm drain. And we add the two and compare it to the computed flow. And then based on if the difference is negative, then that would be identified as a deficient system. This column states whether it's deficient for the 100-year or the 10 and the 100, and the recommended improvements are shown in the last two columns. This column shows the existing storm drain in the street. This column shows the size of the storm drain that would be required if you were to remove the existing storm drain and replace it with a new one. Alternatively, you can keep the existing storm drain and provide a relief drain next to it, which would be theoretically less expensive because you don't have the cost of demolition, but sometimes it becomes challenging due to the extent of existing utilities, the utility relocation, and whatnot. So once we completed the analysis of the hydraulics for the streets and storm drains, we also reviewed the flood insurance study that was done by FEMA for the County of Orange, and it included the city of Villa Park. We found that basically the findings in the flood insurance study confirmed what we had found was the existing Center Drive drain did not have sufficient capacity to carry the 100-year or even the 25-year storm. And as a result, in the event of an extreme event, of a storm of that magnitude, the laterals that drain into Center Drive would overflow and result in flooding, inundating almost 50% of the city west of Center Drive. The areas that are shown in blue and yellow correspond to the areas of flood inundation in the event of a 100-year, that's a 1% storm. Blue are those areas where the depth of flow is between 1 to 3 feet. That's according to the definition in the FEMA study. The areas that are shown in pink or yellow are those areas which are underwater in the event of a 100-year storm, but the depth is less than a foot. But these areas would be within the flood zone, and they would have to purchase flood insurance and whatnot. So the aim of the project is to address that as well. This is a copy of the hydraulic calculations that we put together for the Center Drive storm drain. It shows the size of the conduit from each location. For instance, from the outfall into the Santiago Creek Channel to Lincoln Street, the facility is 7 feet wide by 5 feet high, and it has a maximum conveyance, which is less than the actual 100-year conveyance that's needed. So we would need to provide an additional capacity of 930 CFS in order to enable that facility to carry the 100-year flow. And the last two columns, again, show two alternatives for doing that. Option one would be to replace that existing facility. That would require a 132-inch diameter RCP, or you can install a new facility next to it, parallel to it, and that would only be about 108 inches, 8-inch diameter RCP. Yes?
It appears that the first row is the downstream segment of that, correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
So it appears that the upstream segment, or the downstream segment is smaller than the upstream segment?
That is an oddity that we noticed also. That is correct, yes. The size varies along the entire reach, and sometimes the size decreases in the downstream direction. Again, we did not walk the box. We only had the record drawings to go by, and these are obtained directly from the copies of the record drawings of the facility, which were obtained from the County of Orange. It is an older facility. It was built in 1958. I'm not sure if the requirement not to downsize the facility in the downstream direction was in place. I'm not sure.
Makes common sense.
It's done a good job and it seems to be in good shape based on some of the video that we've seen of portions of it. It appears to be in good shape. It's in good condition, but it is deficient in the event of a major storm.
If I could ask a quick question to the county. You have developed a GIS base layer for the entire county, correct?
Yes.
And you've got all of your facilities, all of the storm drainage facilities on GIS? Like,
All of our regional and sub-regional facilities.
so like these, the regional facilities that the flood control district owns that are in Villa Park, particularly the drain down Center Street, is on the GIS?
Yes, it should be.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So once we realized that the major source of flooding in the city was this facility, we looked at a few alternatives to overcome that deficiency. This represents alternative A, which is really option 2 of the previous slide. It calls for constructing a new relief drain next to the existing box culvert in Center Drive, since that would probably be less expensive. It does not require any fancy diversion structures. It only calls for providing an overflow mechanism near the intersection of Center and Serrano to allow for excess flows to basically be carried in the new facility. But some of the disadvantages of this alternative would be the presence of numerous utilities within the street, the amount of traffic that's carried on that street. During construction, it would be severely impacted. And of the three alternatives that we studied, this one had the highest price tag at approximately $23.5 million. And that includes pavement removal, excavation, backfill, bedding, approximate number of catch basins, manholes, so everything is included. We even included a cost for SWEEP and NPDES requirements. This would be an alternative to to constructing a new drain and center. We studied this option to see if there was another way to go. There is nothing in Lemon Street, and a large portion of the city drains from east to west and continues down to the Center Drive drain. So this alternative calls for constructing a new 72-inch to 108-inch line in Lemon Street and intercepting the runoff from the area east of Lemon Street. And this would be carried all the way to Santiago Creek, where it would discharge into the channel. The advantages of this alternative over alternative B are there are fewer utilities in Lemon Street based on the record drawings that we've seen. It's approximately 2,700 feet shorter than the length of the new storm drain in Center, so it's less expensive. But there would still be impact to utilities. It would require some utility relocation, and there would still be impact on traffic and public convenience.
Where's the county drain system? On which street?
The existing county storm drain is in Center Drive,
Okay.
and this is the new storm drain in Lemon Street.
Yeah,
So you recommending capacity upgrade to the county drain or placing a city drain next to the county drain?
This would be, as far as who would own the facility, the existing facility belongs to the county.
Okay.
The new facility, and it's deficient. Now, as far as who would be responsible for constructing it and who would maintain it, that we have not addressed in the study.
Okay.
So with the two studies that are presented, A and B, both cause significant impact to traffic, public convenience, utilities. So we investigated a third option to see what if we reduce the length of construction in a major city street by reducing the flow upstream. The only area within the city that seemed to be available for the purpose of peak reduction of flow, which would be a retarding basin, would be the open channel that's located upstream at the upstream end of the Center Drive storm drain. It's basically, as you all know, it's an earthen channel. It's located at the bottom of a canyon next to Mesa Drive, and it's right next to a residential area like everything else in the city, of course. The pictures on the left side of the slide show what the site looks like. It's basically full of trees and vegetation, and during a major storm, you can see water flowing through the stream. Basically, what we found was that there is enough room with some significant grading. We could create sufficient storage capacity to store enough flow within the basin to reduce the peak flow by approximately 600 CFS. And at the same time, if you could go back to the previous slide, that would be sufficient to provide, to reduce the peak flow enough so that it can be carried through the Center Drive storm drain, but only down to about Taft Avenue. You would have to reduce the flow by more than that. So this alternative would only work if, in combination with that retarding basin, we also constructed a storm drain in Lemon Street, which again would intercept the runoff from the area east of Lemon Street. And so the combination of the two would reduce the flow in the existing Center Drive storm drain enough so that it would mitigate the flooding along this area.
while you're on that slide, on discussing this, you haven't addressed the county drain that goes behind Janus. How, if you did not do the retention basin, And also on this, there's a hill south of Mesa. How would you get the water up over the hill to get it down here?
Oh, for the Lemon Street drain, basically, we would install the diversion structure. It would, for this alternative, the storm drain in Lemon Street would start here at Taft. We would not divert any flow from this area. So we would basically reduce the peak flow coming into the facility by storing it in the retarding basin, and then start a new storm drain at Taft. Basically connect to the existing drain in Taft Avenue.
So
and
what
then-
does the orange represent between, that's upstream of Taft?
we were trying to be too complete, too thorough with our presentation. We got carried away. There are actually, all three alternatives are shown on this exhibit, and I apologize for that. It may be confusing. This is alternative A, and this is alternative B, and then alternative C is the green and orange, which is shown here. So this one would be constructed with the retarding basin. This one would be constructed by itself without any retarding basin.
So just so we're clear, the alternative A is solid orange.
Yes,
Alternative B is solid orange, right next to alternating orange and green, which is alternative C.
exactly, yes, correct.
So the solid orange between, that's upstream of Taft on Lemon is what?
That's all part of alternative B.
Okay, and that's my question. There's a hill there, as I recall, kind of above between Serrano and Mesa.
Between here,
No, up higher.
that's Mesa, right, Mesa. Here,
Yeah, right there.
Alternative B goes is Lemon Street from Mesa Drive to Santiago Creek.
yes.
Okay.
That comes downhill.
And how many, we have a lot of utilities that will need to be replaced.
Yes.
I don't have a cost on this one here.
Alternative,
Not that it quite matters, we're looking at several million, but
sure.
just give me an idea. It's between 24 million and 16.
Yes, it's in the summary of the cost estimates are in the last slide
Yeah,
where we
I
talk.
have it here,
Yes,
just don't have
So this is
it on there.
I believe there was about $22 million.
the Martinique, all that area.
Yeah.
So the water can't get from here to there without pumping it over.
E is 20.
Oh, okay.
20?
Storm drains use
C is
also
18.
by gravity.
Yeah.
That doesn't
The,
give confidence in their analysis.
In response to the question from Councilman Callicott, the construction of the storm drain would require excavation across the hill. So it's possible that in certain areas, the storm drain slope would actually be bucking grade. The surface may be going up and the storm drain is going down. So that would be just more excavation.
So did I understand you correctly or incorrectly, that if we were to put a catch basin in up there in that canyon in Henderson,
Yes.
would that eliminate the need to upgrade the two systems coming down Center and Lemon? Because you would reduce the flow as a result of that?
No. If you construct the retarding basin upstream of Henderson, you would reduce the flow enough so that you would not have to construct a new storm drain until you get to Taft. Then you need a storm drain from Taft to the channel.
And
But-
is that option in here?
Yes, that's alternative C.
That's C, okay.
Yes.
Okay, with alternative
This is-
A,
this is the-
going down Center Street, if you did not include alternative C, which is the retention basin,
Tension basis.
what would you do behind Janus, which is the diagonal that goes from Lemon down towards Center? Would you do any improvements there, or would any improvements be necessary?
I do not have that information right now. I don't believe it would be, because we looked at the street flow hydraulics throughout the city, and we didn't find any evidence of the streets being overflowing in that area. But we can certainly take another look.
So what you're saying is the storm drain that's behind Janus is adequate?
Yes, that was our finding, but we can investigate that.
On any of these options, for those of us who are not engineers, are we encroaching on anyone's private land? And do we need to go into,
Yes.
Okay.
The only one that has that problem, I guess, would be alternative C. According to our investigation of the available public records, the property that's shown here to be used for the retarding basin appears to be privately owned. So the city, and the cost estimate that we prepared, has a line item for the acquisition of that land by the city. It's a fairly large parcel. This
Perhaps continue
next
this.
slide basically shows
maybe we can
the
do that.
limits of the retarding basin and the mechanism by which this would work. This would be what they call a flow-by type retarding basin, where we would have to construct some sort of a channel. For the purposes of this study, we assumed a rectangular concrete channel that would pick up the flow from the upstream areas and carry them next to the basin up to about 400 CFS. Anything above that would then flow over the top of the side weir and be stored in the retarding basin until the peak flows subside, and then it's allowed to continue discharging downstream. The basin and the channel are all entirely outside these residential lots, so there would not be any impact directly on these facilities. But there would be significant grading. We would have to depress the bottom of this canyon at the downstream end by approximately 7 feet, and that would get less and less as you go upstream. We would also have to replace the existing slopes, which are fairly steep in some areas, with vertical walls. So there would be a significant change to the look, the appearance of that
and is
canyon.
this open?
This is open, yes.
So we're gonna build an open channel next to everyone's home,
Exactly. That's what
so
this would.
which will degrade the property values in the city of Villa Park. Because it'll look, you know,
I'm
like
not
you're next to
gonna,
the riverbed.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It has some cons, and we've listed them. It also requires removal of approximately 15 trees, removal of vegetation. But this area seems to be the only available space within the city where you can construct an open retarding basin. And underground retarding basins are very expensive, and that also requires acquisition of land. Yeah,
So I just want to make it clear, that's an open channel that will flow down people's million-dollar homes. It'll flow next to it.
it'll flow,
It'll be,
still, I mean.
be like the
it'll
Santa Ana.
Ponding next to it, yes, yes. And-
Just a minute, Steve, could we continue this to after the council meeting? So, but people's come here for the council meeting, we can get on with that. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back at 6:30 for the council meeting, and we'll continue this after the council meeting?
Very good.
Because it's very interesting, we want to get through it. The meeting to order. Steve, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Nelson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
Here.
Councilman Rossini,
Here.
Councilman Pitts,
Here,
Councilwoman Fascinelli.
Present.
Excellent.
wake everybody up.
Next, we have the pledge, and tonight I'd like to continue our tradition of having the Villa Park distinguished citizen lead us in the pledge. Tonight, we have Mr. Frank Bryan. Frank was born in Blythe, California, and spent his early childhood there. He moved to Yucaipa and graduated from Redland High School. Frank received a Bachelor of Science degree from Cal Polytech State University San Luis Obispo with some postgraduate work at the University of Washington before enlisting in the United States Marine Corps. Frank was commissioned in Quantico, Virginia, and received his naval aviator rings after training at Pensacola, Florida, and Kingsville, Texas. He served in the Marine Corps' Black Sheep Squadron at Kinoho Bay, then deployed with the Black Sheep to Chu Ling, Vietnam, where combat missions were flown in support of the Republic of Vietnam. I lost my place. Okay. Yeah. The Black Sheep Squadron flew over 14,000 hours in combat, 13,000 sorties, and dropped more than 10,000 tons of ordnance. For the service, the Black Sheep Squadron was awarded the Navy Unit Commendation with Bronze Star. Now, this squadron is best known as the Black Sheep Squadron of World War II fame that some of you may remember with one of its commanding officers, Colonel Pappy Boynton, whose memoirs also inspired the 1970 television show Baba Black Sheep, later syndicated Black Sheep Squadron, which dramatized the squadron's exploits during the war. So he was part of a very famous squadron. After returning to California, Frank spent 33 years flying airlines for Western and Delta Airlines. With his wife, Patty Bryan, they built the home here in Villa Park in 1976. They have 3 grown children, and he currently serves as director of Serrano Water District. Frank Bryan.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be asked to lead the pledge. The pledge is about the first thing we learn after our numbers and our ABCs. And we say it at all of these meetings. We say it at multiple places. It's said every day in the schools. Tonight, when you say the pledge, think about the words. It's very short, but there's some very good words in it. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you remain standing just for a moment, please. We'll give a moment of silence in honor of our departed Richard Fresky. He's our colleague and friend. So just a moment, please. Thank you very much.
Oh, and Frank, I have one thing for you here. I have your Villa Park Distinguished Citizen pin. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, we mailed it to him. Yeah. Thank you. At this time, I'll ask those in the audience to please silence your cell phones or turn them off if possible. The Villa Park City Council staff welcomes you to this meeting. We encourage your participation. If you wish to address the City Council, please complete and submit a speaker card to the City Clerk before scheduled meeting time. Speaker cards can be found to enter the City Council chambers. Speaker would limit to a time period of 5 minutes. And at this time, I want to, Councilman Pitts would like to take a few minutes to recognize recent passing of former council members Jim Ryan, Rich Freshy, and Kathleen Barish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, City Council, and members of the community, as all of you know, we're forever thankful for the many people who have served this community over the years in many capacities, especially giving their time to this part of the City Council. There are several dignitaries and groups that have honored these folks, but I'd like to start a tradition of honoring those that have served our community and have passed on in a more meaningful manner by sharing information about them, having a place designated here in City Hall where we can acknowledge their accomplishments on behalf of this entire city and this community. Before we get into today's meeting, I would like to take a moment of silence, not also to recognize Mr. Fresky, but also Jim Rhines and Kathleen Barish, who's also passed in the last few months.
It's on the screen.
Thank you. Rich Fresky served on the council from November 1996 to July 2008. Rather than retiring, Rich continued to apply his extensive business experience and passion for public service and work in several public organizations such as Serrano Water District, and I believe we have representatives here tonight for that, and also an active member in the Villa Park community. I can remember when I was planning on running for city council, I spent a lot of time talking to Rich and getting his advice, and he was a good mentor for me, and I always enjoyed the time that we spent together because he was always full of energy. He was smiling, laughing all the time, and everywhere you saw him, he had a big, bright smile on his face. Jim Rhines served with the council from December 2006 to December 2010. Modesty was a defining trait of Jim's, so that there was no surprise when asked in an interview, he stated the greatest professional accomplishment in his life was serving as mayor for the city. And we thank Jim for his service. And also, finally, Kathleen Barish served on the council from March 1986 through November 1988. She was owner and partner of the First Travel of California and a shopping center here from 1984 to 1994. She was a member of the Villa Park Women's League for the 20 years that she lived here. Ms. Barish's passion for serving was the less fortunate that led her to continue her good work for Santa Ana Victims Witness Program, as well as the Costa Mesa Services Program. She and her husband moved to San Diego to be closer to her grandchildren. Her daughter Adrienne says she loved Villa Park and was proud to be a part of the community. City staff has invited members of the family and also friends, and at this time I'd like to offer you time to come up and share your thoughts about these three wonderful people, and I see we have family members here as well, so now's the time that if you'd like to come up and say a few things, we welcome that. Aileen.
Very difficult for me, but on behalf of Jim, thank you. He really loved it. Thank you
thank
for
him.
honoring him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
If I could note, Ms. Barish was also a councilwoman for the city of La Habra. Am I correct? Is it, or Los Alamitos? Yeah, prior to coming to Villa Park. So she didn't just serve our city, she served another city in her capacity also.
Well, tonight, if the council would agree, I would like to direct staff to find a means of remembrance for our former city council members. Perhaps a wall or location here in council chambers where a plaque or pictures or memorabilia could be posted so that people can come by and share the times that they enjoyed with those folks. In addition, I'd also ask that if we do designate some place of remembrance, that we host a dedication, invite the family members, and also present living council members and mayors to come by and also be a part of that dedication ceremony. So I offer that as a suggestion tonight for the council if they would agree on it.
I think that's a great idea. We don't have any place in here actually that shows who's served our city. We don't have any pictures or roster, and when we go into other cities in their chambers, we normally see that, some sort of a history. So I think that that's a great idea if staff can come up with something to do that.
I think we'd all agree to that, so we can just direct staff to come back with some ideas about how we can do that.
Okay, thank you. And once again, thank those three folks for their service, and thank their families too, because you guys had to serve alongside of them and put up with a lot to put up with us. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilman Pitts. Next, I have, first of all, a proclamation. It's in recognition of DMV Donate Life California Month. Whereas organ tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as an expression of compassion to those in need. And whereas more than 118,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 people in California currently on the National Organ Transplant Waiting List, and on an average of 22 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. And whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic and African American communities, and whereas more than 600,000 units of blood per year are needed to meet the need in California, whereas any given time, 6,000 patients in need of volunteer marrow donors, and whereas a single individual's donation of heart, lungs, liver, kidney, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of up to 50 others, and a single blood donation will help 3 people in need. And whereas millions of lives each year are saved and healed by donors of organs, tissues, marrow, and blood. And whereas the spirit of giving and the decision to donate are not restricted by age or medical condition. And whereas over 13 million Californians signed up with the state Donate Life Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. Whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Register when applying for renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, therefore, it be resolved that in recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2017 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life California Month in the city of Villa Park. In doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes when applying for renewing their driver's license ID cards. That's our proclamation. Next, we will have our Sheriff's Department report.
Members of the council, good evening. Always a pleasure. Tonight's report's going to be a little more extended than usual. We'll go over our monthly crime statistics, but then we also have, hot off the presses, the 2016 annual report for police services for Villa Park, and that should be in front of each of the members of the council. So to start with a recap of last month's crimes, knock on wood, we had a great month. We had a total of 4 Part 1 crimes in the city, and I can say that if people had locked their doors, we would be down to 2 crimes for the month. So in recap, we had 1 residential burglary, and the investigation on this is still ongoing, where a suspect smashed a bathroom window to gain access, and the loss was a television, a bicycle, and some additional miscellaneous items. We had 2 burglaries at construction areas. One was from an unsecured area, and the other one was from an area where a fence was already erected and some building supplies from both were taken. And then the last was a grand theft from a vehicle. The vehicle was unlocked. Rims, tires, and a radio were taken from that vehicle. Traffic accidents were also down, a total of 3 traffic accidents in the city. No injuries at any of these. We had a total of 5 traffic citations given and 30 parking citations given. So last month was a good month for us. Now, if I can direct your attention to the 2016 annual report, this is a summary of the police services for Villa Park for 2016. I'm going to direct you to some pages in particular. If we can start with page 6, which talks about the calls for service, you'll see a 5-year comparison from 2012 to 2016. And one thing that you'll notice of interest is that the calls for service for 2015 and 2016 are a little bit higher than usual. And we really don't have necessarily a reason for that. It's more of an anomaly at this point, because as we go on to crime statistics later on, which is the main focus of this presentation, it's just a matter of note that apparently people are more active with the Sheriff's Department right now, calling. And that's not a bad thing. The more we get called, the more we're out to investigate suspicious things, because the reality is the citizens of a community will always see more suspicious activity than the deputies who patrol it, because they live there. So they're calling us more, and that's a good thing. If we can go to the next page after that, page 7, we talk about our response times for patrol. We look particularly at 2 categories: response times for priority 1 calls for service, which are calls that are considered to be a true emergency in nature, and then priority 2 calls, which are your average report calls for service. The timelines that we like to come up with is 5 minutes is a good response time for us for priority 1 calls for service, and we've continuously been in that range. Last year for 2016, we averaged 5 minutes and 6 seconds for your standard 911 phone call. For priority 2 calls, we like to average in 12 minutes. So if somebody calls to report a theft or a non-emergency type call, We like that to be within 12 minutes, and we were right on target range with that as well at 11 minutes and 57 seconds. If we can go to the next page where it talks about arrests on page 8. One thing that you'll note with this is the arrests for 2016 were down. And the reason for that is there's been the passage of some propositions lately which have decriminalized some of the things that we used to make arrests for. So again, we had 54 total arrests, and that also includes warrants, citation arrests, and street arrests in 2015. And we were right in the same ballpark with 2016 at 49. But all of that's anecdotal when you compare it to the next page on page 9, which is the actual meat and potatoes of what we'd be looking at. Because arrests, response time, and all that is one thing, but the reality is, what's our crime look like? Are the citizens of this community still safe? And I'm pleased to say that they are. We keep our own statistics, which we find to be more accurate than you'll see on the previous pages, which the FBI puts out. But for us, for 2016, we had a total of 94 crimes for the year, which is consistent with the previous year at 92. And if you look at the average for the 5-year comparison, the crime has been traditionally low over those 5 years. And that's good. That's what we're aiming for. If we look at page 11, what you'll see is crime statistics as they compare to other cities. And these all come from the FBI. Traditionally, the FBI is 1 year behind because it takes a while to compile the information that they have. So for 2015, which is the most recent data we can compile, Villa Park was, again, one of the safest communities in Orange County as ranked number 10. And you can look at the statistics there. And if you look at the previous year, 2014, we're up 1 spot from being number 11 in 2014. Before I move on, does anybody have any questions about those rankings or statistics?
I just had a question about the response time.
Sure.
In 2014, went from 4 minutes to, we added a minute of time roughly in 2 years. What contributed to that, you think?
You know, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know the history behind that time. The staffing levels have remained the same for years and years and years. So at this point, my answer is, I don't have an answer, but we're looking into it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving on past the statistics. Traffic enforcement, which I know is a priority for this city. Some of the statistics we look at for page 14 were 124 parking citations were issued in 2016, 173 moving citations, and then 290 other citations, and those would typically be for equipment violations and such. The main goal with issuing of citations is to keep the community safe through the reduction of traffic accidents. And you can see if you look at page 15 on the top paragraph where it talks about enforcement index. The traffic index is a unit of measure to look at the number of citations divided by the number of accidents in a city. And the typical rule of thumb is anything below 25 to 35% is considered desirable. Anything lower than that is considered great. Villa Park was at 21.63. So the formula of the number of citations with the number of accidents that we have is right where we want it to be. If you look at page 16, I think this would be of note to the council. One of the programs that we've been pushing continuously and have taken a little bit more of an aggressive stance with over the past 6 months has been the use of the reserves in this city. The statistics that we have from our reserve division is the use of reserves to help supplement the sworn staff saved the city just under $40,000 last year, and the use of explorers under that to again supplement existing staff saved the city just over $2,000. And then the last pages are all of the support services that the Sheriff's Department brings to the table. Some of these are built into the overhead cost of the contract, but many of them are provided for free per County Board Resolution 89, I believe, -113. And some of these include air support, K-9 detail, community programs, computer crimes, the jails, dispatch, dignitary protection, economic investigations, family investigations, the Field Training Bureau, forensics, gang enforcement, the bomb squad, homicide, major accident reconstruction team, mounted enforcement, narcotics, professional standards, reserves, special victims detail, our SMART team, our sonar team, our SWAT team, our hostage negotiation team, training, vice, and our warrant bureau. Does anybody have any questions?
So it appears that crime has been, what, flat in the last 3, 5 years?
Crime has been flat.
Flat, okay. That's a good thing, thank you.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's impressive considering what's going on statewide in county.
It is. It is. Typically, with the passage of some of the propositions we've seen recently, the number of property crimes have risen. Villa Park has remained consistently low with those numbers. So we're doing something right as a community.
I have a question on the volunteers on the reserve deputies and the PSRs. We do have 2 vehicles here, and
We
they
do.
don't get driven often, they get washed a lot. So this $40,000 savings, is this an assistance that they're giving to the officers when they arrest someone, or they need something out in the field and they're coming to them?
It's a
Because-
combination of a lot of different things, and you're absolutely right about those vehicles. We've made some changes over the past 4 weeks to get those vehicles back into service more. The services that the reserves provide can consist of everything you just brought up, as well as being there for some of the special events and the parades that the city has, or assisting as a 2-person car on various nights, things like that.
And we do use a lot of them on our special events.
Yes, ma'am.
Acknowledge it, thank you.
Are there other public services things that we should be doing in the city more of to create awareness and help with the continued downturn in crime?
Nothing that I can identify right now. This has been a very responsive council to the needs of the community, and I believe, just from my professional opinion, that we're on the right track to maintain the low crime rates we've experienced the last 5 years.
I'd like to at least let the public know, I think maybe about 6 or 8 weeks ago, you conducted a blind, if you will, officer in the shopping center, trying to see whether or not we did have a drug problem in the shopping center, and I was not even aware of it. It was something that I had asked the city manager to look into, and you and the sheriff department did that. You had someone out here, I think at 3 or 4 times, and came back with there wasn't anybody out here trying to sell drugs, taking them that they could see. And that was very refreshing, because we hear a lot
ma'am.
about the young kids, and I think people assume a lot of stuff. But those 3 times that you were out here, and they were out here for hours at a time, it was boring. You didn't see anything, if I remember correctly. And that was really very reassuring to us, especially those of us who have children, and we do see a lot of the high school kids out here, knowing that, we don't have some guy out here with a little bag of tricks trying to sell it, for $10. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. It should be noted, too, that same team conducted surveillance on 3 different nights in relation to some of the construction issues we've been having as well. And they reported back, and I quote, "It was the most boring surveillance they'd ever been on." And that's, as the chief of police services, that's exactly what I want to hear.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Great.
Well, I too would like to thank you. We had, as you well know, a situation in our end of the community not too long ago, about a week or so ago, and I contacted you in the evening around 8:30, and you sent Deputy Gabriella out to help us out, and I want to thank you. He was very compassionate, very helpful, very informative to the people that were involved, and I really appreciated he and, he had support staff. There were about 3 people, so thank you very much for that. It was.
Sure.
It turned out to be a non-incident of sorts, so, but I really do appreciate the response and their compassion through that whole process.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Puckett, for that great report.
Yes, sir. It should be noted as well, too, that we were also able to reduce our contract with the city by about 0.2%. So you'll see a little bit of a cost savings this year as well.
Oh, wow. Wonderful.
Orange County Fire Authority.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Last month in the city of Villa Park, we had right about our average. We had 38 total responses, and of those responses, just under 60%, about 59-point-something% of those were EMS related. So no fires, and I think that's a good thing. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we have council members' attendance reports, and I guess I'm first up with Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control. Recently, in response to significant rainfall and reestablishing the mosquito breeding sites in urban wetlands, the Orange County Mosquito Vector Control District applied a mosquito larvicide by helicopter to marsh and other natural waterway areas of Orange County on Wednesday, April 12th. This type of product used by the district was a granular larvicide that acts in water specifically on mosquito larvae and will not harm people, pets, or wildlife. There's been a lot of discussion about spraying and what the effect that has on people, so I want to know that this is one that's very safe. The sites were treated with Peters Canyon Reservoir, Villa Park Dam, Santiago Pit North, Santiago Pit South, and the Loma Pond. So I want to let you know that they did do this by a helicopter and it was all safe. At our most recent meeting, we had another very contentious meeting on aerial spraying. This one was to authorize a protocol for initiating an aerial adult site campaign. The board acted on this subject in 2016 and formed an ad hoc committee to do that, but this committee sunsetted in 2016. The board had several options regarding this. We had a number of people that provided emails. We had a number of people showed up at the meeting and gave public comment on it. And we had 6 options. One was convene a special meeting of the board to make a decision, reestablish the ad hoc committee created in 2016, provide the district manager with authority to make a decision, or provide the executive committee with authority to make a decision, or establish a committee comprised of executive staff and executive committee to make the decision, or even provide the operations committee with authority. Everyone that, almost everyone that emailed and spoke to public did not want the district manager to have that authority. They all preferred that the entire board made that decision. And that was the decision the board made, that if there is any area of spraying, the entire board will make the decision. And that concludes my report. Next, we have Orange County Sanitation District.
Okay, on April 5th, I attended the Orange County Sanitation District Operations Committee meeting, and they continue to discuss improvements to the treatment facility itself to improve solids management and to expand their energy conservation program. Basically, they're improving their ability to generate methane from the solid waste and use that to operate generators to produce electricity for the energy needs of the plant. In addition, they're making other improvements in anticipation of providing additional wastewater to the Orange County Water District for the groundwater recycling system. Then on April 18th, I was invited to participate with the chairman and vice chairman and the general manager, as well as the general manager of the Orange County Water District for a reception for the groundwater recycling system at the Capitol. It was a legislative reception to promote the groundwater recycling system. It was very well attended, and in fact, I invited Senator Morlock to join us, and he did, and to demonstrate his support for this very groundbreaking, important program, which is recognized worldwide as a leader in promoting the reuse of wastewater and water conservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Orange County Fire Authority. They did not have a meeting this past month. The next meeting is this Thursday. So we're going to the Orange County Library Advisory Board.
No meeting.
No meeting? Next is Budget and Finance Committee. Well, we met yesterday and reviewed the report from Gruber and Associates, the city auditing firm on the city's internal controls over cash that was requested by myself and former council member Barnett. Based on their inquiry and observation, the city has sound financial internal controls and adequate segregation of duties over cash, and that's what we wanted to hear. We had some to do this in response to what happened in Placentia. We wanted to make sure that we had proper controls in place. It wouldn't happen to us what happened in Placentia. So we'll be making recommendations on improving the internal controls in this and other areas. And the Budget and Finance Committee will be bringing this to the council at a future date. We also reviewed a preliminary 17-18 budget, and you'll hear more about that in our budget meeting on May the 9th. Yes, May the 9th.
I have some comments on that. We were supposed to have a budget study session because the first time the budget comes out, it's supposed to be with the entire council. And that didn't happen. And you went to a budget and finance. What happened to the budget study session in April that we set the date for in December?
I think it is, we just changed it to a Budget and Finance Committee rather than council meeting. I don't know that we need 3 budget study sessions for the council.
But the council directed it in December. It's actually on the website, and it's a resolution. We actually came up with those dates. And that's on, that was supposed to be a budget study session with the entire council. So I was lucky that I had a meeting in here and found out you had a budget meeting, which I did attend, which I found out a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, the other 2 councilmen didn't know that. So there was a budget session, it does say going to be rescheduled, and it was not there. So I just want to make sure we have a calendar that we voted on, that we stick to the calendar, and or if it's going to be changed, that we bring it back to the council to do that. The entire public is free to come to these sessions. It was free to also to come. It's a public meeting. There's a lot of information you'll find out. I encourage you, if you have some time, even if you only have a half an hour, to come and watch the discussion, because it certainly does concern you and it concerns what we do with the money. And a lot of things come out of that budget study session. And I found out quite a bit also. There were issues such as the people on the committee didn't know that some of our employees were actually paid employees. They thought they were unpaid employees. And that's a big issue. If you have a budget and you have a budget committee and the 2 people on there don't know that our 2 employees who have been working here full-time aren't getting paid, they think they're free, and you're in charge of the budget, it's something that I think that the public needs to know and the other council members need to be aware of. And that meeting was recorded and is available for anybody to hear if they are bored and want to hear 2.5 hours worth. But minutes will be coming on that. But there were some poignant parts that actually came out of this meeting that I was even surprised of that came. So just want to make sure everybody's aware of those meetings, and please attend if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Community Development and Public Safety.
Okay. The Community Development Public Safety Committee met on April 10th, and probably the key item of that meeting was that we conducted a public hearing on the requested variance for the fence height on a residence on Saravella Drive. Received input from a couple of residents, and the primary concerns were regarding the non-conforming lighting at the residence. And unfortunately, the homeowner was not able to attend himself. He was in Connecticut dealing with a family emergency. Anyway, we continued the hearing to the May Community Development and Public Safety Committee meeting. Also staff was directed to work with the homeowner to discuss some of the issues raised by the homeowners and to address the non-conforming lighting issue. So that'll be continued at the May Community Development and Public Safety Committee meeting.
I have some comments on that also. The council voted that all committee meetings be audio recorded. I happened to be around and came to that meeting, and halfway through the meeting realized that I wasn't seeing a recorder. This was an agendized meeting that had to do with the variance of a wall height. And certainly at meetings, certain things come up, and there was an issue about some non-conforming lighting that had nothing at all to do with the wall height. So I think it's unfair to the homeowner to be discussing items that are not on the agenda. He wasn't here, and the issue of the wall, which is why we continued that, was not dealt with. It was continued, and it's a shame that the homeowner wasn't told of that. It does cost money, and also that the meeting was not recorded. There were issues brought up, zoning issues were brought up. Staff was directed to look into looking to change zoning issues on our residents, and that wasn't on the agenda. If that was on the agenda, I know that people would have come to that meeting, because once you start talking about rezoning our property, that's important. So why it wasn't recorded when all of us here agreed at a public meeting, I don't know. But the lack of transparency is getting carried away. We are going backwards in this city. So The council spoke, we voted. I don't know what the problem is, and maybe the city manager can explain it. Maybe the two councilmen who are on the committee can explain it. But a lot happened at that meeting, and there's no record.
Well, maybe I can address part of it. The zoning was not an issue that was discussed. Staff was directed to go out and gather information regarding zoning. There were no decisions made on zoning, but staff was just given direction to gather information so that that issue could be discussed at a future meeting. There were a number of issues that were raised by the residents, although this was a public hearing for specifically to discuss the fence height in front of the property. The residents that were directly across the way and were most directly affected by the improvements on the property raised lighting as their primary concern. And that will be reported back to the resident who, yes, it's unfortunate that he was out of state, but that was unforeseen.
So,
As far as the recording goes, Steve?
so Bob, where do we stand with the fence itself?
That was continued because we don't have, the resident was, the affected homeowner was not able to be there. He was, he had a family emergency, he had to fly to Connecticut.
But that's not why it was continued. I was there. It
No,
wasn't continued. He didn't need to be there. There needed to be the variance. The variance is very clear. We have rules, and we need to follow them. And he didn't need to be there.
He did
submitted
need
the
to be
plans.
there, but out of respect for all parties concerned, both the affected resident as well as the residents who came with additional non-agendized matters, the entire issue was continued. This isn't some big conspiracy. This is a publicly noticed and agendized meeting. The rules were followed with all respect.
But they were not recorded. They were not followed. Two councilmen who voted.
And I believe our city manager is going to comment on that. It was a technology or a technical issue, excuse me.
I would apologize. My newness to being here, I hadn't seen the ordinance or the resolution, so with respect to the taping, I didn't do as due diligence as much as I should have to make sure there was adequate backup, but we did have some technical difficulties, and I did not follow through with it, but those will be recorded in the future. And again, it's my error, and I'll take responsibility for that.
Could we move on to the Human Resource Committee?
No report.
City Schools Advisory Committee?
It's been scheduled for May 1st.
Okay. Law Enforcement Advisory Committee?
Good evening. The Villa Park Law Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting, I should say, had a meeting on April 3rd, and we discussed a number of items, including a new committee application, new committee member application, amending the charter of the LEAC to admit one professional service responder, or PSR, to the committee to get additional input. They are going to be becoming an even more invaluable part of our community, as the lieutenant mentioned. And we felt that having a member of their cadre on the committee would greatly benefit both the Sheriff's Department, the council, as well as our community at large. We'll be discussing that as we go on this evening. The Villa Park Home Security Fair is scheduled for May 18th, and that's from 7 to 8:30 at City Hall. There's going to be a number of different participants, and I invite everybody to come and attend. I think it's going to be a worthwhile evening. We can all learn quite a bit about how to make ourselves more secure and our community a little bit better. Approved minutes. As the lieutenant mentioned, we went over crime stats, which I'm very pleased to hear are significantly lower than the rest of Orange County, and I think the Sheriff's Department is doing a fantastic job. He and his deputies are reaching out to the public, making traffic stops, and assisting our community with a number of different things, as well as his reserves. We're also looking into getting as I mentioned, the PSRs into full force in our community so that the wheels on the cars in the back will be turning. That's something that has been in the works for quite some time. We frankly didn't have the support with the prior council, as well as our city manager, to get that job done. We do have that going now, and I'm very thankful for all of this council's efforts to help out with that, as well as our Lieutenant Charge of Police Services, and of course our PSRs. And that's about it. Thank you.
Investment Advisory Committee, well, they rescheduled their meeting from last week, and their meeting will be tomorrow. So we're going to the Villa Park Community Services Foundation.
That's scheduled for tomorrow.
Scheduled for tomorrow, too, okay. Friends of Villa Park Library?
It was a meeting, but unfortunately, neither of us could attend the meeting. I was out of town, unfortunately,
Okay.
so.
All right. Okay, we'll move on then to public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the council on any off-agenda items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, provided no action shall be taken on off-agenda items unless authorized by law. Comments are limited to 5 minutes per person, 30 minutes for all comments. Is there anyone want to speak in public comment? We have Donna Buxton.
Good evening, Mayor Nelson and council members and city staff. I wanted to mention that, I want to ask if somebody could please look into VPTV. It works less than it doesn't. I mean, last month I couldn't make it, it didn't work. I've received some texts, it's not working tonight. Most times it doesn't work. And we have an elderly population here who are very dependent on being able to view city council meetings, since they don't like to go out at night very often. So I think it's really critical that we make sure that that's functioning properly. If somebody could please look into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, Mr. Mills.
Yes, Greg Mills, 9642 Villa Woods here in Villa Park. I heard a rumor, of course, but first I need to say hello to Mayor Nelson, council, and all the staff, and of course all our advisory people. There's a rumor going around that we're going to have something like a design review and a lot of more actual time for Bill Tarrin to look into things. It sounds like a homeowners association. I heard these rumors, and I just want to bring that up to make sure that I don't know if that's a good idea for Villa Park to have a homeowners association. I think it's been tried in the past, and I know for one, myself, I moved here because there was no homeowners association. And I think, I just hope that's not true, and that's all my comment for tonight. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mills, as far as I know, it's not true. Maybe some others have something.
As far as I know, it's not true, too.
Please no.
And far as I know, it's not true either. I think that's some of the other conspiracy theories that are floating around. They don't have a whole lot of truth behind them.
Okay.
It's amazing in this fake news.
But thank you for that feedback, Mr. Mills. Next, we'll have a public hearing. Our first hearing is a review to waive reading of all ordinances and resolution on the agenda. Staff, would you give a report? It's just simple. That's what. Okay. Do council member, you have any questions? Does anyone to speak on it? If not, do I have a motion to waive the reading?
Also move.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Colacott?
Yes.
Councilman Rossini?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli?
Yes?
Councilman Pitts?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Next, we have is a hearing is for the consideration of resolution number 2017-3384. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Villa Park declaring conditions present at 18282 James Road, Villa Park, California, to constitute a public nuisance. We'll take a staff report on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, Council. You'll remember last agenda, we had this item as discussed. It was declare of intent. We have subsequently tried to work with the homeowner. We have not reached a successful resolution, and it is our recommendation that the city move forward in declaring this a public nuisance. Bill Tarrin is here to answer any questions. He gave a summary last agenda, but there has been some work, but it's not basically what we've asked for. So at this point, we're recommending that the the declaration that we move forward on it.
Council members, you have any questions of staff? If not, is there anyone here to speak on this? If not, any discussion among council members?
No.
And do I have a motion then?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Steve will take roll call vote.
Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Yes?
Councilman Pitts,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
Yes.
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Next is a hearing on a status update regarding a public nuisance at 9411 Hazel Circle.
This item, again, was on the agenda last council meeting. We went through a thorough discussion of that. Unlike the previous instance on item number 3 on James, we have had successful resolution. Efforts have been made, and we believe we're fully in compliant, and we do not recommend any action be moved forward at this time. So we would recommend you just simply receive and file and take no action any further at this point. So there's no need for a vote. Just receive
Any
and file.
questions?
Are any of the residents here that wrote to us in the past and said they had issues with the property or whatever? Anybody here that would like to speak on it? Okay.
Anyone from the public want to speak on this? In discussion, if not, we'll receive and file. Next is consent calendar. We will now consider the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered routine and are usually enacted by one motion approving the recommended action listed on the agenda. Any member of the city council, staff, or the public may request an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion or separate action. Council member, are there any items you'd like to remove from the consent calendar?
Yes. I would like to pull 5, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, and 19.
Anyone else?
I had 15.
Which one?
I had 15.
15?
15,
She put 15.
I know, I just said I
Oh,
had.
you wanted two? Okay. Anyone else?
which other ones? 15?
They got 5, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, and 19.
I just had some questions about mine.
Then anyone else want, anyone from the public? Okay, I have agenda items 5, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, and 19 pulled from the consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve the balance of the items?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Yes.
Councilman Pitts,
Yes.
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
Yes.
So the balance approves 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now take up the other items that were pulled for discussion. So we'll
Okay.
start with Councilwoman Fasenelli with number 5.
Can I ask a question? When will our electronic voting come in? Because it's been a couple months that we voted that in, and last time I know we tried.
Right.
Um,
We had some successful resolution, so we're getting a refund on the monies we had spent on outlay on the previous. So we're working, so hopefully by next meeting, we'll have something in place.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5, I just have a question. There is, let's see, transaction number 22834, municipal underground. The check is for $23,725.
Yes, that's for the sewer cleaning. We were doing the full city
Okay.
versus just a partial. We usually do like half the city each year. So this
Okay.
year we were doing well, I think it's going to be like 4/5. I think it's about 4/5 of the city.
Okay. When we do electronic payments, such as for the health insurance and payroll and stuff, that's all listed on the first page, correct?
Yep.
That's all of our electronic transfers
Right.
of funds, correct? So what do we pay when we don't write a check? What does the city pay for without a check? Health insurance, payroll, anything of, just anything of,
Well, yeah.
just doing a check and balance here.
Yeah, health insurance, we do anything major that allots for that, but for the majority, we do a check for, I would say, unless we do credit card transactions for recurring. But for the most part, everything's check.
Okay. My question is because after coming out of the Budget and Finance Committee, having two council people not know that there's two employees getting paid? Who's seeing that? I mean, I know they're getting paid because I've reviewed the payroll records, but it's a little disturbing for me to know that we have people getting paid, but some of the council doesn't know. So here, we know what kind of money you're spending because we see the check. So
Okay.
help me understand how we can help the budget and finance know what money's going out the door.
That's what this report is.
Okay.
I mean, it shows anytime we have our personnel records, we pay monthly, the city manager reviews every transaction. I mean.
Do you understand, you understand,
Yeah, I mean.
you understand where we're going, there's money going out the door, but not having a committee know that that money was going out the door was disturbing. So I'm trying to find an easy way to allow everyone up here to know that, you know, the payroll is actually going out the door, the people sitting in the desk are
Well,
getting paid.
that front sheet tells you that. I mean, if you want,
I've reviewed it, so it's something that maybe we want to look at, that maybe Human Resource or Budget and Finance looks at those payroll records, the cover sheets, to see if money's going out the door.
that can be done.
I think there's a black hole there.
We can do that.
Yeah.
We'll follow up on that.
Okay. Wonderful. And I move this item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilwoman Fasenelli?
Yes.
Councilman Pitts?
Yep.
Councilman Rossini?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Yeah, I want to comment on that. Councilman Fasenelli said the Budget and Finance Committee did not know that interns were getting paid. Well, let me give you a little history on that, why we did not know. Because Councilman Fasenelli and I were on the Human Resource Committee last year, and we had a provision in the salary resolution that said the city manager, with the Human Resource Committee approval, could hire someone to fill in as needed when they had a kind of a vacancy. And Kim was out on pregnancy leave, and Jared came to us and asked, could he hire a paid intern to fill in while she was off? I thought this meant that it was only gonna go to when she was off, but it continued past that. Now, Councilman Fasenelli was on it. She should have had that same kind of understanding. She knew someone was getting paid. She knew it was wrong. So I don't understand why she continues to harp on you saying that we didn't know it. No, I did not know it, because that wasn't what was supposed to happen.
Well, in meeting with the interim city manager, Don Powell, when he hired two people to work, he told me that he did, as he told the council. And in the minutes, which is the next item, we gave the city manager $25,000 to move funds within Human Resources. So it's right here in the minutes that we're approving today. So
Well,
I wasn't wrong, because I looked at the paperwork and was told by the city manager.
even with that was not my understanding. That's what it was for. I thought it was for overtime, not to add additional staff. But anyway, let's go on to number 11.
So number 11, this is going to go to page 9, and I just have a follow-up here. The city was going to have a letter go out to the town center. We were concerned just to make sure that they were not dumping grease down. We had a campaign we were going to do. I'm following up to see if that was taken care of, or if that's on someone's to-do list, because I didn't see it on the city manager's report.
We're going to have to follow back up on that. I don't
Okay.
have that up right.
All right, we can follow up on that. That would be great. With that, I move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilwoman Fasenelli?
Yes?
Councilman Pitts?
Yep.
Councilman Rossini?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Number 12.
And number 12. I made a mistake. I do not need to pull number 12. I apologize. I moved 12.
Second? I'll second. Roll call.
Councilwoman Fasenelli?
Yes?
Councilman Pitts?
Yes.
Councilman Rossini?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Passes, number 12 passes 5-0.
Councilman 15, pulled by both Councilwoman Fasenelli and Councilman Pitts.
Okay, I see this here, and I think Tom Dodge would be a great asset to the LEAC committee, but I don't know why we have to amend the resolution. There's a vacant spot there for him to come in. And the way this is written, allowing any PSR to come in to the LEAC committee, whether or not they live in Villa Park or not. And currently, we have Villa Park law enforcement residents that are on there. So as it's written, any PSR can come in, but we don't need to change it because there's a spot open. And the spot open would be a resident who's part of the homeowners watch. They don't need to be a block captain or anything, but it's there. So that's why I'm pulling this, because there is a spot open. And I don't think that the intent was to have any PSR come into the LEAC committee. This is a small community. We were trying to keep our community watching us.
I can address it, maybe someone from.
Well, I agree that the PSR, and I would, would request that we amend that to say that the PSR should be from Villa Park. The position that's currently vacant was the position vacated by Councilman Rossini when he was elected to council. And the intent of that position to have a law enforcement professional fill that spot, not, and a PSR is, not technically a public or a law enforcement professional. What we're looking to do by adding the PSRs, we're developing this relatively new program of PSRs, and this would be, Tom would be a liaison with the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee and the PSR program, on the committee.
There's another position open, though. The position open is a resident. It can be a neighborhood watch coordinator. There is one more position open. It's vacant. And that, anybody who can come in, a resident can come in on that, so.
I think Wayne Silzel is the representative for the.
He's not. They declined that position. We brought that to council, and the Silzels declined it. They didn't want to be on it.
So I had another.
What's your question, Ms. Pitts?
Well, does this change the charter of what LEAC is, doing? Because it says that to assess crime prevention and traffic violation control issues. And Tom's kind of heading up the CERT program, which is also affiliated with fire department and people like that. So are you changing the charter of your?
My understanding that Tom is also a PSR.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and he's an ex-law enforcement official?
No.
No.
Okay. So now we're
So
opening it up to citizens or also?
Just the PSR since the PSR program supports our law enforcement program.
Okay. Because I'm somewhat of an advocate of balance in this group.
That's what we're trying to change.
Of citizens
Yeah.
that are non-law enforcement, to get their perspective.
Right.
Along with the law enforcement people, which are knowledgeable of things that citizens aren't. But to have that mix there as opposed to leverage one way or the other.
Well, the objective of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee was that we did not have an input from the law enforcement professionals to the city council. At that time, we had no law enforcement professionals on city council, and we were struggling to deal with a lot of law enforcement issues. So this was an opportunity to provide us with input from law enforcement professionals who are also residents of the city of Villa Park. We also felt that it would, since we had this developing program of Neighborhood Watch that the Silzels are heading up, we also wanted them to be involved, and Wayne has attended virtually every meeting of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee. Of course, our sheriff lieutenant attends, as well as our city manager and 2 members of the city council. So, yeah, the intent is to get residents' input, but resident input from basically from people that are involved with law enforcement, but also from our Neighborhood Watch. And now that we've got this new program, which didn't exist at that time, from the PSR program as well.
Well, I just know the other night when we had the incident in my neighborhood, I think having a law enforcement having a perspective of a non-trained individual that might be in a certain situation and offering their compassionate direction and things like that can be mixed with law enforcement would be helpful in addressing issues that may occur in the city, especially since they're of the aging population. This involved an older person, and I just think that sometimes we go down one track or the other, and we don't bring the two together, and having a mix of law enforcement and non-law enforcement in this group would be helpful, so that you have both perspectives. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we have, well, that's the intent of bringing in the Neighborhood Watch and now the PSR.
If I could read Section 2 of our current resolution, there is a spot, it's called Neighborhood Watch Representative. That is the spot where you were advising to put the Cezelles on, which they declined. They did not want that position. It came to council. That's where he should go. Now, we don't need to change our resolution. We worked hard on this. It should be advertised, and other people can apply to do it also. And I think that that's kind of the concern too. I did have some people say, hey, you know, how do I get on this committee? It's there. It wasn't advertised on there, and Tom Dodge is my neighbor. I love him to death. He does a lot. But there's a spot there. We don't need to change the resolution for Mr. Dodge because he's a PSR. And I think that we need to open it up and advertise it to the community that there's a spot there for a non-law enforcement person to come in. So those are my thoughts.
Well, do I hear a motion on this?
We need public comment?
Public comment? Anyone public want to comment? Yeah, come right ahead.
Good evening. Crystal Miles, Santiago. On the LEAC committee, for the position that Councilman Rossini vacated, is that going to be offered to the residents, and seeing if there is someone that is a law enforcement officer that resides in Villa Park that could possibly, campaign for that?
Absolutely.
And so how will you go about advertising that? We actually have in Villa Park, there's a couple detectives, there's an FBI agent, friends of mine that, I'm sure if you guys were willing, they might be interested.
We're very interested.
I think we're more than willing. In fact, we've, I believe the city has reached out in some form or fashion, and is continuing to do so. We would invite all folks, all residents that have experience in law enforcement, whether it's federal, state, or local, to come to the committee, attend a meeting like Mr. Dodge has a number of, and be part of the process, and hopefully volunteer to be a part of the committee. We would welcome that.
But how do you get that information out to them?
City website is a primary vehicle for that. Obviously, word of mouth. City council meeting here tonight.
Thank you.
Is anyone else from the public? If not, I'll bring it back to the council. What would you like to do with this?
Go ahead and
Well,
move
I'd
it.
like to direct the city to put out, an announcement looking for those 2 vacant positions that we have, and they're open, and allowing people to come in. We haven't had that in a while. I quite frankly forgot that seat was vacated by you when you came up here. So I haven't seen anything on that. And also put in that there's a neighborhood watch representative. It could be somebody else who comes in.
Though I really appreciate your comments and that of Robbie's. I respectfully disagree with some of Robbie's analysis that somehow, some way, there's a disconnect between compassion and understanding and law enforcement professionals. I think it's actually quite to the contrary with any depth of experience. I think what we have here is more than sufficient. I'd like to make a motion and move this item.
And I'll second that with the provision that the PSR position identified is a Villa Park resident.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
I have
Further
some discussion still.
Yes, go ahead.
I have the resolution from 2015 and a resolution of 2017. Is there any other word other than the PSR that's been added into it? Because typically we would get some sort of a red line without me going through this word for word sitting up here. Because I asked to have this pulled so I could read it. And I don't know if
No,
you
we
know
have
that
not
or
made
not.
any other changes, no.
You have not made any other changes. So we're going to add the PSR. How many PSRs do we have that live in the city of Villa Park? Because if we're making a position for a PSR that lives in the city of Villa Park and we only have one, which would be Mr. Dodge, seems kind of
Mr. Mills, do you have answered that question?
I think we have two. There's another gentleman that's also a PSR besides Tom. He just doesn't come to meetings.
Okay. All right, can we have roll call?
Can I say one final thing?
Go ahead.
Councilman Rossini, just to clarify, I didn't mean that law enforcement wasn't trained and weren't compassionate. That was a misunderstanding possibly on your part. But what I was trying to say is the balance between law enforcement and the private citizens out here today, and getting the insight from those people would be helpful in a lot of cases, because they see things maybe potentially a little differently. That's all.
I appreciate your comments, and I understand your point of view. It just came across a little differently, and I think that, again, with any depth of experience as a law enforcement professional, that's one of the first things that we do is try to put yourself in somebody else's position and think about it.
I saw that the other night with his deputy, and that wasn't my reason for bringing it up.
I understand. Thank you, though.
I'd like to make a substitute motion then. If we're going to add the PSR, there will still be a vacancy, but I'd like to move it to have up to 8 resident law enforcement professionals. Right now it's 6, and open it up to 2 more people who could come in who are law enforcement professionals.
Any further discussion? If not, let's have roll call.
Well, I have a motion on the table.
You did another
I
motion?
made a substitute motion
She's
to,
amending it.
I didn't hear you say
yeah,
substitute motion.
a substitute motion, which would include, as it's written with the PSR, but to change it to 6 resident law enforcement professionals, to 8. It currently is 6. That way, it would allow other residents to come in and apply. Right now, it says 6.
That would, to clarify, that would be 3 vacancies.
Then it would be 3 vacancies. Right now, we would have
With the
1.
appointment as well tonight of Mr. Dodge.
Correct, because this appointment is being made without being advertised to our residents, or even to the other PSR. He doesn't come to the meeting, so he wouldn't have known, whoever it is. So we open it up, that we have a vast amount of people in the community who are law enforcement professionals. We just heard about that, and Vince, I'm sure you know more than I do who live here, and open it up to them. 2 more, it's not going to hurt, get them involved.
There a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Okay, so just a clarification, the clarification substitute motion includes the appointment of Mr. Dodge, with the expansion of to include a PSR rep,
Living in Villa Park.
living and
Pardon?
resident, so section 3 would be amended. Then we would amend section 2 as well to up to 8 representative law
Correct.
enforcement, resident law enforcement.
Correct, from 6
Officials.
to 8.
And Mr. Dodge would be appointed as part of the motion as well. Is that my understanding?
I would take it as a second motion. I mean, it's not part of the resolution, is it?
Well, that's my clarification. Are you adopting the resolution?
I'm adopting the resolution, not with Phil Dodge's name. And then secondly, we appoint Phil Dodge.
Tom Dodge, but
Tom Dodge, it's Phil's his brother, sorry.
So the motion simply is to adjust the resolution to up to 8, and 8 resident law enforcement, and add section 3 would be a resident PSR.
Correct.
That's the motion at this time.
Okay,
We all got that? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Yes.
Councilman Pitts,
Yes?
Councilman Rossini,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
No.
Mayor Nelson.
No. We'll go back to the original motion.
Oh, wow, we don't want to have 2 extra people on our committee. That is truly, truly disturbing. And I want to make note of that.
You've had to vote. Could we have the,
So
I could still
clarification-
comment. That's disturbing, gentlemen.
could we
So
have
the
the
clarification would be, the original motion was to remain at 6 resident, add a 7th member for PSR, and appoint Mr. Dodge, resident PSR, and appoint Mr. Dodge into that slot.
That's
That would
correct.
be the original motion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Sadly, no.
Councilman Pitts,
Nope.
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott.
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
yes.
Passes under 3-2, the original motion.
Number 16, Councilwoman Fasenelli.
You want to raise?
So this is my contract. I can't give you any legal advice on it. That would be a conflict. but as a factual disclosure, yes.
Okay.
That's what I,
All right, at least own it.
no, I just did.
The question I have here is that it says that the current retainer was approved on June 25th, 2013, but when I look at the agreement, we had an agreement for provision of city attorney services dated October 28th, 2015. So,
Once
did
again,
we
just-
amend the agreement without any fees in 2015?
Just factually, yes. So previously, I just had a letter agreement, right? And then when Councilman Nelson came in, he wanted a formalized agreement, so we did a formalized agreement without increasing the rate in 2015.
Okay. I move it.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Well, I'm gonna make a substitute motion. I'm gonna approve it, but change the term of the contract from an evergreen contract to 4 years from the date of its inception.
I'll amend my second to,
Okay. Roll call.
So 4-year from the adoption of this.
From the original date that we did the contract in 2015. That is the date, isn't it?
So it's good through 2019,
Yes.
2019?
So 219 or, okay, just clarification, that's all we're. It's fine by me? Okay. Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Yes.
Councilman Pitts,
Yes.
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
yes.
Mayor Nelson,
Yes.
passes 5-0.
17.
All right, 17 here says, in the budget that we reviewed 2 days ago, or was it yesterday, this says we have to do 20% as matching funds, and we can't use this unless, it can't be in-kind services. Did we budget?
Yeah.
And there, is there budget at 40,000? Because it's not, I don't remember seeing
Yep.
that or talking about it.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you. I move it.
I'll second. Roll call.
Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Yes.
Councilman Pitts,
Yes.
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson,
Yes.
passes 5-0.
Number 19, Councilwoman Fasenelli.
All right, here, we're getting who is not getting a phone up here?
Mayor Nelson has declined the,
A cell phone?
A cell phone.
So Mayor Nelson will only be communicating by email and not by cell phone, is that correct, Mayor?
No, that's not correct.
You just don't mind if somebody looks at your cell phone.
First off, any city business I do it on a city email. Those are all on the city server, so you don't have to come to my cell phone to do it. And besides, even if you do come to my cell phone, I don't have anything on my cell phone. I wouldn't, nothing on my cell phone, I wouldn't have a problem if it was on the Wall Street Journal front page.
Okay, all
I
right.
have absolutely nothing to hide.
What I'd like to also look at is, we have, in this provision, the city reimbursed us $1,000 for our laptops or iPads or whatever it is that we bought. We could have bought, we bought $2,000, you gave us $1,000. But there's a provision here that says that council members shall return all city-provided electronic devices to the city at the end of our term. But the city didn't buy it. The city reimbursed us $1,000 on our $3,000 purchase. So I'm not giving it back. I'll give back the $1,000, but I can't give back my device. It costs more than $1,000.
That would be the prerogative of the council to decide how they want to have the policy.
Well, I would think that would be appropriate. The issue is you got $1,000, and if you use $1,000 to buy it, you get it back. If you don't, you'd get $1,000 back. It seems to make sense to me.
Well, that's not what was decided to begin with when we did it. It was a reimbursement of $1,000. So I think this needs some clarification. I went back to the council meeting, and at the council meeting, and Mayor Nelson, you did bring that particular motion up. It was up to $1,000 regardless of what we bought, if we bought an $800 machine or not. So this wasn't something that, we considered at the time.
But I had a question. Is this a change in the policy? I thought this communications policy was only changed because of adding cell phones. It had nothing to do with changing the original
Kim, that's true.
electronic device.
I think we just changed it to electronic devices. The previous policy said iPads, so we changed it to the electronic devices consistent with the last council direction. So there were no other substantive changes that I'm aware of that were made in the
Well, if
policy.
that's the case, then all of us here, then once we leave, we'll have to get, whether we paid 3,000, 5,000, or 2,000, we'll have to return it back to you. Is the city going to reimburse us the extra money because the laptops cost more than $1,000? And that wasn't the intent of the council at the time. The intent was, if we wanted to do it, the city would reimburse us up to $1,000 to purchase it.
Right, so that was, I mean, and I actually worked with Kim on that. There was ambiguity in the policy, and we were trying to figure out what the intent was. So it was clarified with that ambiguity that you would have to return the device. If that was not the intent, that should be clarified that that isn't being required, a return of the device with the reimbursement.
Or we return the $1,000. I mean, I think at that point, at that
Whatever
point,
the
because all of
council-
us, I remember even Barnett got it, all of us got them, and they were more than $1,000.
So this is the policy of the council. So the council can set the policy however they want to do it. So if they want to set it, either return the equipment or $1,000, or, it's up to
Got it.
the council. So we defer to, we're just trying to follow up with the
Sure.
previous action with cell phones, which did not get included here. So when we now had that policy, we wanted to make sure all electronic devices we're trying to address in a consistent manner and locked into separate policies that are written down somewhere.
May I suggest that we approve this and direct staff to come back with a recommendation to address your issue?
Sure, I did, but I can't approve the policy because it's in that policy right there. I mean, at this point, this policy says that we have to return all electronic devices.
We can come back we can come back, but again, it will come down to the policy of the council. Do they want to? So I guess we can come back with options, but the council needs to give us some direction on what they'd like us to do.
Well,
There has to
Robbie,
be some
you're
sort of consensus.
techno whiz. At the end of 4
Right.
years, it's pretty much e-waste, right?
It could be, yes, but at the same time, the initial outlay out of someone's pocket was $2,000 more than the reimbursement in her case. Mine, not as much, but if any one of the 5 of us spent more than $1,000, we're out of pocket because we do have to give the device back. So I would just say that we take a look at revising the language that, reimburse her whatever.
Or the city issue the laptops, the city buys them, just like with the phones,
yeah.
rather than, because we had to go out
That
and
way
buy
you'll have
them.
consistency in the
Yeah, that's
devices,
all.
we won't have connectivity problems, it's all
Very
based on our
comfortable.
own IT policy, that type of thing. You're
If
much
you'd like
better
us
off
to,
doing
if you'd
that
like us
way.
to revise it accordingly, we can come back and we'll take this item back and bring it back at the next council meeting.
That's what I
with
would
that.
like.
So the city,
All right.
Yeah,
the
that's
intent would be the city buys the devices and I
Issue
want to clear
them,
that
issue them
we
just
issue
like
them
the
and get
phones.
returned them as.
Exactly, they're yours.
All right.
I think it's a good idea because then staff knows how to use one platform. If we have an issue for whatever reason, it's user-friendly for staff, it's user-friendly for us, our IT people.
We're happy to do that. So we'll continue this item until the next agenda. We'll bring it back with a revised policy to that effect.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have old business. The first item, old business, is proposed strategic planning. Staff, could we have another staff report?
This is a continuation. This item has been heard, I believe, 3 times prior to here, and this is a continuation. The last heard, I want to say in February, and at that time, this item was continued to a later date, but it represents moving forward a strategic plan with the proposal that was put forth by Mr. McCombs, a wild card strategy at a cost of $14,200. And again, would say because it has been deferred, if we were to move forward, we would need to come back and update. In the proposal, there was a time frame that simply won't be met because you've lost 60 days if you were to move forward on that schedule. So we would have to go back. So the recommendation, if you were to move forward, would be to update the project schedule, execute agreement and update the project schedule.
Is
So
the proposal still valid?
yes, it is. I've talked to Mr. Combs. He's still willing to honor the proposal.
Any council members have questions? of
Mayor Nelson, I think that I'm requesting that you recuse yourself from voting on this because you've discussed this issue with more than one council member, and I've tried to negotiate this council into voting for this item. You sent an email to me, and I'm going to read it, that said, I heard that one of your complaints about the strategic plan was that it was too focused on the mayor. It happens to be Jim McCone's style. We can make adjustments to this relationship. For example, the council could form an ad hoc strategic planning committee composed of me and Robbie Pitts. The committee could then take the place of the mayor for reporting on the strategic planning process. What do you think about this proposal, and would it address your concerns? I didn't respond to you because I didn't want to be in violation of the Brown Act, because I knew that you had spoken to all the other council people about it. This is a $15,000 investment, all right? And this person is also the director of, is the director of public relations for the cemetery district, which you are on several boards for the cemetery district. He also is I don't know exactly what his relationship is with the special districts, which you were president last year, and he is also on here. And I believe there's a lot of conflict, and I kind of feel like you were negotiating with me that if you put Robbie on this committee, would I vote for him then? And I would like you to recuse yourself, and the council can then decide if this is a good idea or not.
Well, I'd like to respond to that. I wrote you that because it appeared your objection was because you said the proposal was too focused on the mayor. And I say, if that's your concern, let's take the focus off the mayor. Let's provide an ad hoc committee. It could be you and Robbie, it could be me and Robbie, or me and Bob, or any two council people. That's all that was. It said I was just trying to address your concerns there. And I don't have any conflicts in this. So is there any other questions from?
Well, it's $15,000 for someone who is a
is there any-
director of public relations. In reviewing his work, we're not a marketing company. We're a city. We're a city, and we've been incorporated since 1962. We have 5 council members. We go through strategic planning. We go through budget processing. We change resolutions, and we've been very, very successful with it. We don't have anything to market. We just need to run a city, and we've done a great job. So to pay someone $15,000 to come in to write a strategic plan for us is silly when we've been doing it all these years. And in addition, we hired a city manager with the background to do this. He came to us with a resume that was 30 years experience with the county. And if you remember correctly, that was one of the selling points that the majority of this council told our residents why we didn't hire our first choice. So we have the resources here to do this. We don't need to hire someone to do it. We've done a great job here. I've been on this council now, I'm going on almost 5 years. This is not a new council. You've been on it too. Collicott's been on it too. And the 2 new council members, they're educated enough, and they can do it also, just like our past council people. So once again, this is not something this city has ever needed, and I strongly, strongly disagree with it, especially after looking at the work that this particular man has done as Director of Public Relations. We are not a marketing company. We don't need someone to market Villa Park.
This is not a marketing proposal. There are several cities that do have strategic plans. Do you have that list, Steve? I know at least four cities in Orange County have strategic plans. At least 3 of them have used outside consultants to help them with it. It's not a marketing plan. And he doesn't come in and write a plan. That's not the issue. He comes in and directs the council where we come up with the plan. We set up what the mission of the city is, what our vision for the city, where we want it to be in 5 years. And he helps us facilitate that. He doesn't write a plan. It's not a marketing plan.
We haven't needed a facilitator since 1962. Why is it all of a sudden you need a facilitator? We sit up here and we do the job.
I have a question.
Yes.
Steve, based on your background and experience, is this something you've been involved with in the past and could do for us in lieu of spending 15? I have a personal issue with this too as well, because of the fact that there are other things that are priorities for us in the city, I think, right now, the green belt and so many other things where there's all kinds of demands for money to pay for things, that we could be using this $15,000 elsewhere and accomplish this amongst ourselves with your experience and background. Is this something you can help us deliver on?
I think regardless, I would be involved, as the way this proposal is, I'd be involved with the strategic plan. I think, I would hope that I would be an integral part. And I have been involved in a number of strategic plan developments. As far as completing one myself, no, I haven't done one, comprehensively myself. I've been involved as a department head, as staff, and as working with an elected official. So I've been at it from all angles. So yes, I bring the experience. This proposal is different in that there's a facilitator involved, and that process I would have to defer. It's a decision that the council would have to make. Certainly if the council would say, Steve, you need to develop it, I will make sure it's done and delivered and put on the dais. However, it is also the decision of the council and the priority of the council as how they will allocate their funds. So I'm going to defer to you. Can I do it? Yes. Do you want me to do it? That's your decision.
Yes. We hired you to help us do this, so.
We have some members of the public like to speak on this. First of all, Mr. Fred Whitaker Sr.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think the three most important qualities that citizens appreciate with the council is transparency, integrity, and productivity. And if you decide that you want to have an organization or an individual who has experience in strategic planning, make a proposal to you, that is one of the most transparent things you can do on behalf of the citizenry. I don't know of any organization of any worth that doesn't have a strategic plan. Why do they do that? They do that because it is the best use of time and money. You also help your city manager and his staff, because if they know where you're going and how you're going to get there, it allows them to do some long-range planning internally that represent savings to you both in time and money. So I want to encourage you to bring forward a strategic plan by an organization or individual who is experienced in presenting these things to cities. The long-range advantage to the city is exceptional. Whatever you pay the organization will be more than made up by the money you save and the time you save over time. So my recommendation is that you go forward with a strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jim Reichart.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I live at 18721 Valley Drive, and I'm an ex-councilman. I hate to get in the middle of a battle at the council, but maybe makes things interesting. Strategic planning, strategic, it sounds exotic, but it's planning, and I have quite a background in planning. And frankly, I don't know what you're going to get from this plan that we don't already know. I really don't. I mean, it really kind of puzzles me. I read, looking at phase one of the proposal, you talk about, planning. We're a small community. If we were, Anaheim, Irvine, Los Angeles, we might need a strategic plan. We're a small community. What are you going to learn for this that we don't already know? What are you going to do? Keep the city safe, good police and fire, help our schools have good education, minimize traffic congestion, make sure the properties are well maintained, manage the beautification projects, support community involvement, maintain infrastructure, proper standards, conduct preventative maintenance, keep city fiscally viable, balance the budget. I just done your plan for you. We're a small community. Phase two, you talk about implementation, action planning and budgeting. I think we do that already. Our city manager should know how to do this. I'm sure he does. Implementation, evaluation and correction, review and update. That's standard process. What do you want to pay for that for? I mean, you've got it. You got your staff that's going to do that. And I mean, frankly, I think it's just a waste of money. I mean, if we're a big city, we need strategic planning. We're planning. We got people on the staff that can do it. So save yourself some money and just forget this. It's kind of ridiculous.
Thank you. Donna Buxton.
Good evening, Mayor Nelson, Mayor Pro Tem Collegot, council members. I think that we're at a pivotal time in this city. We have major infrastructure issues that are going to start hitting us really hard. We're a small city with a limited revenue stream, and I think that some very careful planning is going to be necessary to address what's coming at us because of the age of our city. We have infrastructure problems, we have above-ground utilities, and we've had efforts to potentially underground some of our power lines and things like that. And we've been met with, oh, we can't afford that, it's too expensive. And it's because I think we're not thinking far enough ahead that we can deal with these issues when they come to us. I think we have to keep that in mind with respect to this, that we do have to be thinking a lot longer term than I think we have in the past. I think, Mayor Nelson, I applaud you for the leadership that you're demonstrating in trying to, have a very long vision for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Mills.
Yes, Greg Mills, 9642 Villa Woods here in Villa Park. Mayor, council, staff. The only thing I have to say is that we've been doing this for over 50-some years now. And the basic thing that we came down to is the planning and the prioritization. That's always the key to the planning. We do a lot of inspections right now on all of our infrastructure. And we've increased the frequency of that as well in the last 4 years, as I recall. And so with that, I think that with the advice of Akram and his crew and the other consultants that we have, that is the planning that we need to finance, because we do have a very limited budget based upon just the sales tax revenue and our slim portion of it, which comes dribbling back from Sacramento. But I do respect everybody's opinion here, of course. I do that very much. And I understand the strategic, but I agree with Jim that actually the size here, it's continuous planning, but it's the changing of the priorities that happens most often. And that's what, because we're very limited. I mean, we're not going to be, hopefully, getting any trouble with, say, the sewer and the streets and things, and we pointed that out. Bob has done a very good job of getting some of the alligator issues that in some of the streets identified, and that's being addressed. So I think the planning is the strategy, basically. And that's what you're going to do, is to kind of define your priorities in a strategy. That's about it. But I think you all know exactly what needs to be done. And of course, with the experience we got experience with staff here, with Bill, Akram, Mike, and the crew, and of course, Michelle and Kim. I think you've got it. But I understand the need. I've been in lots of organizations. I've led those strategic planning sessions before, and they're good in many respects. But I think in this situation, I think it would not be money well spent, in all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this?
Richburg, 9281 Tritt Circle, Villa Park. Strategic planning is, you can say, important planning, very important planning. I don't care if you're a ditch digger, you could be an office worker, you could be an office supervisor, you could be head of a company. You must make plans. If you don't make plans, you're going nowhere. Now, I got 34 years full-time employment in law enforcement, 11 years part-time, all except 9 as a sergeant. Every day I'd be in roll call or in the locker room making plans, thinking about plans and what to do, talk to people. The more people you talk to, the more you're going to be enlightened. If you don't want to learn, lock yourself in the closet.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Mayor and City Council, my name is James Brown. I live at 18552 Mendocino Circle. I've lived there 45 years and I've seen the Jewel change. $14,000 sounds like nothing to me for a city like this. And I would think that it would be very important, even though you have a lot of experts, to have a gentleman come in, or a lady, come in that brings in an additional thought and also is able to bring all these people together. Because all of you have little differences. You work together every day. You swim down the same tunnel and you get blindsided. I was president of several companies before I retired 30 years ago. And even though we had engineers making 100,000 plus a year, we still hired outside source for strategic planning to get that little input. And when we're a city talking about $14,000 for a good strategic plan, I think we're losing something in our foresight. This is a jewel. I moved here 5 years ago, like I said, and I love this city. But we still have got an awful lot to do to it to keep it up. We spent, I don't know how many thousands of dollars for signs at the various streets saying Villa Park, welcome to Villa Park. And then we argued for how many days about lights to put on them. And we spent thousands of dollars. And here we are arguing about $14,000. But I think it's more than the money. It's to bring in someone from the outside that can look at this without a jaundiced eye and be able to really make some recommendations. You don't even have to buy it, but you're going to get something that's going to bring it together and cohese all these opinions that we have among you guys. And I love all you, but I think it's time to look at a strategic plan that's going to help this city and keep it a jewel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there anyone else? If not, I'll bring it back to the council. Any further discussion from the council?
Well, this particular man, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, after he gave this proposal to the cemetery district, they had to hire him to continue, if I remember correctly. Doesn't he gets paid, I think, like an additional $42,000. I read through the minutes. So after he did a strategic plan, it's kind of interesting because now they needed him to continue it. And so that is something to consider. So you get somebody to come in here and you've got residual income.
Well, first of all, that's absolutely not
No,
true.
this is
That
important.
was not what he was hired for.
Well,
That was not what he was
you
hired
can
for.
read the minutes. Steve Franks was hired with the knowledge of coming from the county. He was someone who came in that the three councilmen at the end of the dais here wanted because of his knowledge and what he can do. And he is an outside person. He hasn't been here long enough to be an inside person. I don't know what happened to that mindset because 2 months ago, you said Steve Franks could do all this, and he can. And that's why we're paying him more money than we were paying the previous city manager. And we are paying him more money than that. We're paying him more than the $14,000 that we're going to pay this guy. So it's not a lot of money by itself, but 14, it is a lot of money. And all prior city councils have come up with a plan. We have strategic planning here. We had it in the last council. We had sessions where we sat here and we went through our priorities. So this is not something that I think the city needs to start because we have the resources. And the same resources that Steve Franks had before he came here, he has now. Now he belongs to the city and he can bring that to us. So
I want to move this item for approval.
I'll second it.
So we have a roll call.
Councilwoman Fasenelli,
No.
Councilman Pitts,
No?
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
Yes,
Passes on a 3-2
motion
vote.
passes. Now we're going to the city manager report.
I have one more comment. I hope that, Councilman Rossini, that you're going to find the 25 hours of extra time to come to those meetings, that he wants to meet with every single council member between 20 and 25 hours in the next 2 months. Because I don't see you participating in any community events. So I hope you have that time to do that.
With all due respect, I think you're way out of line, and I'd be more than happy to meet with him. I've already made the commitment, demonstrated the commitment, and I suggest you retract your statement.
You know what? It's
And-
a lot of money for this small city.
And frankly, your comment about him not participating in community events, I was just at him with Vince at the Little League event across the way.
When was
He was
that?
at opening day ceremony.
When was that?
You were there too, you don't remember?
What month was that?
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
You don't remember meeting with the 2 Orange City councilmen
What
there?
month was that?
Are you serious?
What month was that?
Madam, with all due respect, you seriously have got to get
So-
off your high horse.
That's not very becoming of an officer.
Yes, not for you.
Could we have the city manager's report, please?
Item 21 is the monthly city manager report. What I've done in the past, after input from various council members, is sort of give a matrix of all the various and sundry projects. This list is exclusive of the normal day-to-day operations, preparing the budget, code enforcement, plan check, building inspection, and those types of things, maintenance. So I've given a list of, right now, it is list of 32 items, and it's done in sequential order. Staff and myself can answer any question that you may like on that.
So how do we, how does that get, something added to that list? Is it anyone just comes to you and says, add this to the list without council direction?
Typically, there is, the people will come for me and say, I'd like to have this, and let's talk about this issue, or let's talk about that issue. So we've added those issues, so you know what my time is being spent on, our staff's time is being spent on. As far as what we specifically note here is where there is committee action or council action required, and that's identified as well. So you know if there's something that requires, I share that with the person and say, look, this is going to require action. I'm very upfront about it. This is not something I'm going to do. I'll research it to a point, but then you're going to require council action. So the list gets added, and you'll see I haven't prioritized because it's dated. And, you know, I don't say who gets to me first, is which council member. It's a matter who I talk to. I don't say, well, this person gets more because they haven't talked to them or whatever. I've been doing it at this point. Now, if the council would like to give us priorities, that would be helpful. We have a limited number of staff. The list is also intended to help you see what we do on a daily basis and be very transparent. So I do get requests on a regular basis for research or to do, pull together an item or discuss with another city or discuss an option for service delivery or follow up on even a code enforcement issue or things like that. So I'll typically do those, and those very small items are just handled with a single phone call. I don't list those. Those are just routine types of things where somebody might say, hey, can you talk to sheriff? There's a car parked illegally. We take care of that. That's not a listed item here. But these are items that are going to involve hours of my time or staff's time. And we're trying to be very transparent and give you the list so you see what we're working on. So there's no doubt when you call me up and you see me busy, what we're on.
You have an item here, 13, under my name, the business license process. I just want to make a correction here. This is something that's almost a year old that I gave to Jared. And that he had council direction here to automate that also. So that's been on his to-do list.
And I inherited.
Obviously, it wasn't done, so it's not something new. This was prior, I don't even know if it was this, it was prior council.
And you'll see a number of
who
those,
had done that, so-
dates, when they say 3/8, that was my start date. So that's when I first heard about a number of these items. It's not intended to be a start item when that's when somebody first brought the idea up. Many of these items have predated me, but instead of going back and researching, this was initiated in 2016 or 2017 or whatever, it's when that was brought to my attention, and March 8th is all I can be accountable for at this point.
With what I see on that list, I don't know how you're going to have time for strategic planning, doing all that stuff. Maybe we better prioritize that too.
I would appreciate any help or guidance that you want us to do, because I do, I do not want to pit one council person against another when they come in and ask. And they'll say, why isn't something done? Well, I can give you 32 reasons why something isn't on the top of the list. And that list continues to grow. If you'd like us to, direction, I'm very happy to work with whatever parameters you might like to set. But at this point, I don't want to pit one and say, well, you're my favorite council person, or, I have more in common with you or whatever. I'm trying to deal with all very transparent and open and be very genuine about any information transmittals.
Well, you can take 14 off your list, because I've got the school bell handled, just so you know. We're good. We have, it's not, you don't have to participate in that. The OUSD is taking care of it. So I want to make sure that I don't add anything that someone might consider frivolous on there. So I just want to make sure we understand that.
Sure. That concludes your report?
Well,
Thank you very much.
I'd like to, before we leave that, I'd like to suggest, Steve, I appreciate that you gave us this list of all the different assignments. It helps me more fully appreciate the burden that you're working under. And certainly having five bosses has got to be tough. Perhaps we can agree that, our mayor should be the one that works with you to help to prioritize things. And if anybody has an issue with it, then they can
Disagree
bring
with
it
Doesn't
up.
have the
I
authority to
disagree
do
with
that.
that. That's the council, not
That's the
just the
council.
mayor's privilege.
The mayor here doesn't hold any position higher than the rest of us. So
Well, we
that-
need to have somebody to help our city manager prioritize.
We have a municipal code that says that we cannot monopolize his time, and he can provide you with that code. There's a municipal code that tells us how much time that each council can use.
I don't think he said anything about monopolize. That's the term you're
That-
using.
the municipal code is the driving document. And Mr.
I don't think
Frankson
anybody's
gave
arguing
to
that
us.
point.
Okay. So all council can direct them, and we
No,
just have to
certainly.
decide.
Nobody said contrary to
Let's
that.
not do that. There's
Okay.
going to be
All right.
some objection to it. Let's not do that. That concludes your report. Thanks, Steve, for the report. We'll go on to
Will we be getting that monthly?
Yes, you will.
Thank you.
with the mayor and council members' matters. The next item is a council member request item from council members Fasenelli and Pitts about sober living ordinance. I will defer to you guys.
All right. Approximately 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we had a forum here. We had AAOC come here, and we had about 35 residents come and listen, and updated everybody on what the sober living ordinances were in the state of California, what is going on, what kind of legislation is moving forward, what is being passed, what is not being passed. It was a very informative, almost a somber forum, if we will. We do have 2 homes in the city of Villa Park, and certainly the residents who live next door to them are the most vocal, from parking issues to cigarettes to trash, unsightly people coming through. And I say that not in reference to any sort of an addiction and thinking that people have any sort of addiction look like that, but these are the pictures coming to us, these are the complaints coming to us at all hours of the night. There's people walking in front of their streets, there's 30 cars parked on their street. They can't get into their driveway, they're smoking in front of their homes, they're throwing trash, cigarettes. They have children that they're not happy playing in the front yard anymore. And this has been going on for some time. With the complaints that have been coming to council, we've all heard it, is you're not doing anything for us. You're not helping us. You're not stopping it. And they're right. We weren't. So we became educated to see what we can do. There's not a whole lot we can do. This is a federally mandated issue. Sober living homes are disability homes, if you will. People are disabled and we really can't touch them. But there is some things we can do. And some of the other cities have been proactive, Costa Mesa being one of them, and they have limited new homes within 600 feet of each other. So I'm proposing that we limit the homes within 2,500 feet of each other, given the fact that we have fakers and a little bit more. Is that going to stop the homes? I don't know, and I don't think so. But somebody has to push back. Costa Mesa has pushed back. We have to do something to help the residents who live on those streets because they can't sell their home. And that's a very, very big issue. No one's going to want to buy their beautiful $2 million home. And as a city, we can't sit back and be a victim to the federal government taking over our city, taking over the local control. There are businesses running in these homes. They have 13, 14 employees coming in daily, round the clock, 3 shifts. Those employees are not part of the ADA. They're employees. They're businesses. So I think we need to take an active look at what's going on there and limit the new homes. Because obviously there are people out there who will buy $2 million homes and turn it into a sober living home or some sort of a rehab center. So that's my proposal, to try and follow in the footsteps of what Costa Mesa has done and just not sit back and be a victim and try and assist the people who live on these streets, because we have to do something. We cannot let people down who've spent their hard-earned money on their home and they don't want to leave.
Some of the other neighborhoods like Costa Mesa and Newport and some of the others have also adopted good neighbor policies too. And I think that's something that we should also take into consideration as we move forward with this, is to adopt good neighbor policies that they should be involved in also. I mean, the whole gist of this is not to limit or take away their ability to operate and those kinds of things. It's really to create balance in the community. We're a single-family home environment here. We're zoned that way, you know, with limited business and things like that zoned in a different area. But this is really to create within that single-family environment balance between the family and these homes, okay? So we're just, you know, I spent a lot of time, I went down to Costa Mesa, been through several of these planning sessions with some of our elected leaders, listened and learned a lot about what people are going through. We're very fortunate because we don't have the problems that other cities have. We're very, very fortunate. But that's not to say that if we don't get out in front of this and try to do as much as we legally can, then we're opening ourselves up to people moving from the Costa Mesas and Oranges and other places and coming in here and expanding their capabilities here. And I think we need to do things proactively from, you know, business licenses and things like that for the employees that are working there. You know, they should, every single one of them should have a business license in the city. And I don't know if they do or don't, but they should. So, you know, that's the reason we kind of co-sponsored this together, because we both spent a lot of time in learning about this and also, you know, potentially worried about the impact that it could have for the city.
I believe that our attorney has a presentation on this.
If the will of the council, if you
Yeah,
want me
I'd
to
like
show.
because they'll tell us
some
what we
basics.
can and cannot do on this issue.
All right, well, just, next slide. We need some defined terms because there are different regulations that are applicable to different types of facilities. So we're just going to talk about what some of those terms are. One are sober living homes. So those are group living arrangements for persons recovering from substance abuse and addiction. Facilities do not provide supervision, care, or treatments. Residents generally live at the residence as a single housekeeping unit. So these are people who are trying to get over their drug and alcohol type issues and live in a residential type area in a group home setting as they go through that struggle. Second type of group is recovery and treatment facilities. Now these are similar group home arrangements, but there's also supervision, care, and treatment, so they're more medical in nature. And then there's residential care facilities, which are group living arrangements for persons in need of non-medical residential care. Often these are like adult daycare type of facilities. And if you go through the state codes, there's like 12 different iterations of different types of group homes which fit within those last two categories. And there's slightly different regulations that apply to them, but generally they fall into basic groups. So go to the next slide. So as far as sober living homes are unique in the sense that there is no licensing requirement with the state. And that's a problem, actually, that all the cities have had to deal with because there is no direct supervisory regulation of these homes. As you see in the other two categories, they are state regulated and they do require licensure. Next slide. So what is the municipal regulatory role? So for sober living homes, there is no state or federal statutory regulations that govern. Keyword there, statutory. We'll get on the next slide, and there is a little bit of stuff we have to deal with, but there is no guidelines which govern sober living homes within city jurisdictions. For recovery and treatment facilities, in essence, the city can't do anything if the facility houses 6 or fewer individuals. We can only treat it as if it is a residential facility. So if it's a nuisance, or if the property is run down, or if there's noise complaints, like there would be at any other home, we can deal with it. But we have to treat it exactly as a residence. And that's directly from state law. There's absolutely nothing I can do about that. The same general rules apply for residential care facilities. If it's 6 or less, I have to treat them like a residence, and those are the only regulatory controls that I have. Next slide. So there are certain federal and state regulations that do come into play. So alcoholism, drug addiction is deemed under federal law as a disability. So once there is a disability, there are certain protections. It is a protected class, and a city cannot take action against this class which discriminates. So I listed some of the applicable laws here. The Fair Housing Act, that's a federal law. You cannot discriminate under federal law against people with disabilities on housing issues, i.e. whether they're allowed in residential zones or not. Similar, the Americans with Disabilities Act is a similar federal law. The state analogy is the Fair Employment and Housing Act. And then I put up there Health and Safety Code section 1566.3. That applies to residential care facilities. And it says the current legal framework requires that the local agency treat these living arrangements as equivalent to a single-family home when the residential facility serves 6 or fewer people. So when there's 6 or fewer people, I have to treat it just as a residence. Next slide. So cities have been trying to do a lot of stuff because they've been causing a lot of problems, right? Particularly, it seems, in beach communities, because a lot of people, when they're going through this type of stuff, like to live by the beach. I wish I could live by the beach. So the big one was Newport Beach. So they put in this very detailed regulatory framework, which put distance requirements in between. You know, you couldn't group a bunch of them together on the same street. They had to be spread out. There's business licensing requirements, very detailed framework. And the city was sued by the operators, and the Court of Appeal went up to the Ninth Circuit. They issued an injunction, and the city eventually settled, and it cost them, between the city's fees and the fees they had to pay $10.2 million. So that did not
Sorry, can you repeat that number again?
It's a big number.
How much was that again?
$10.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
That's about 2.5 times our annual budget, correct?
I'm not getting into it. It's a big number, yes. Now, Newport Beach had 100 homes or something also, but it's a big number. So Costa Mesa also tried a similar thing. They shrunk the distance requirement to about 650 feet, and they initially had some success at the trial court level. The Judge Selna, said, hey, you're not discriminating against anybody because you're just saying they can't be within, a certain distance requirement. But then it got appealed again to the Ninth Circuit, and the Ninth Circuit issued an injunction and prohibited Costa Mesa from implementing their ordinance, even though they're still trying to work around that. The problem here is, and I'm saying what the law is, because the law is what the court says it is. I don't necessarily agree with maybe what the courts are saying, but it's the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit, I'm being recorded, so I'm going to be, sometimes has some interesting decisions, we'll say that. Very. Which binds us within California because we are in the Ninth Circuit. Some other cities have tried some different approaches. The city of Malibu, city attorney there, Christy Hogan, they sued the state to try to make them do something. And the court said, sorry, city, you can't make the state do anything, sadly. And then Orange, our neighbor, they have a bit of a unique approach. So if it's 6 or fewer people living in the home, they have to get a permit from city staff, and there's 10 or 15 things they have to make sure they comply with. One of which was, as Councilmember Pitts said, there's a good neighbor policy where they have to put a charter together about how they're going to get along with all their neighboring residences within their community. And then if it's more than 6, they have a procedure to allow reasonable accommodation. Reasonable accommodation is a catchphrase under the ADA. Basically, if somebody has a disability, it means you'll work with them so that they aren't disadvantaged. So they have a process in place. Orange has that policy on the books. They have not been sued, so that's good for the city of Orange. So that's what other cities have done. I think that's it. What can the city do? So there are a few things that we clearly can do under the law. Remember, we have to treat these facilities like any other residential property. So we cannot discriminate against or take actions targeted at disabled persons. Obviously, we're not going to do that. The city can take action to ensure licensing requirements are met if it has a legitimate reason to believe that licensing laws are being violated. A lot of these entities, in my experience, are supposed to have licenses and they don't. And with some diligent enforcement, if you report them to the proper state agency, that sometimes has a pretty strong effect on their business, obviously. We can take action to enforce laws that apply to all residences. That's what I was talking about, nuisance abatement, noise problems, trash, or whatever other things would violate the municipal code. And we can continue to try to report unlawful activity to the district attorney and the state, particularly if they're not licensed. Next slide. So what can citizens do? Obviously notify the sheriff's department. And the chief said, hey, it's always good when they get calls, so I put his phone number up there. Anytime a violation of law is observed. Is that the right phone number? That's the North Orange County number, right? Okay.
We can make changes to it if you want.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Right. To notify code enforcement here, which is city staff, so we can try and make sure things are not going beyond our municipal code. And then if we do have information about a particular facility, we can notify the state agency that has licensing requirements. So that's a very 10,000-foot level of sort of what's going on here and the issues facing cities. I mean, obviously, we on a staff level, we'll take direction from a majority of the council, whatever you wish us to do in regards to this. I mean, obviously, from some of those situations, Newport Beach, there are risks if we go down certain approaches, but we stand to do what you wish on behalf of the city. So that is all.
Well, I'd certainly like to see some of the things that you spoke about. What we can do, we should do. I really do. I mean, even the folks that showed up the other night for the event talked about some of these things that, as their druthers for what we would do as a council, as a city, to help support that. They also realize that they have personal responsibility in reporting things and if they see things and so forth and so on. But I recommend that we try to, within the confines of the law, do what we can to make sure that we all get along and that there's a good balance in our community. That's my recommendation. You brought this up.
Oh, we have public comment and other council members.
Yeah, is there any public comment on this item?
Mayor, council, James Brown, 18552 Mendocino Circle. I have direct experience with sober living. I have a grandson that's been in one. Probably some of the worst conditions you've ever seen in every one of them that I've been in. And I think Councilor Fasanelli said 2,500 feet. How about 250,000 feet? Because I'll tell you, in these communities where I've had to go and see what's happening, everybody's complaining the same thing. Cigarette butts, the language. Some of them have psycho problems, and they don't even want to let their children out on the street to ride a bicycle or anything. So if there's anything we can do, and I'm not being incompassion here, or whatever you call it. But I think the sheriff in Arizona had an example when he put the prison out in the middle of the desert, but I won't go there. But the problem is that if we can't do something in a small city like this, what have we got, 2,700 homes or something? It will take the jewel and tarnish it, I can guarantee you. And these gentlemen deal with these kind of people every day. The sober living works only on a few, and it didn't work on my grandson. He's fell back 4 or 5 times. So all I'm saying is that if we can do anything, drive a nail in any board, let's do it, because the jewel will be tarnished, and this is the kind of place they would love to come. And this shopping center, you'll have a real problem with dealing with some of them down there. And I don't mean to sound hard-nosed on it, but it is a real problem. And the stupid laws we got in this state about marijuana and drugs is really going to take it down. So whatever we can do in Villa Park, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Is anyone else? Yes, go on, Mr. Mills.
Yes, Greg Mills, 9642 Villa Woods. So I have to concur with Jim Brown. That was very instrumental, and I think the lessons there is that the point is that they do disturb the immediate neighbors and the neighborhood. I don't know what we can do. I mean, you have an idea, and we'll probably be challenged every step of the way, Todd, but I concur that in your council planning sessions, your strategic planning, you address this as much as you can. Thanks.
Anyone else? Come right on up.
I will say, when she was coming up here, I think I told you some of this, I had one behind my house. I live over in North Tustin, over by Foothill High School, and there was one behind my house. And the problem I always had was, obviously they're fighting addiction, so they're trying to get rid of booze, so they all smoke, right? Mm-hmm. And at the time, my wife was pregnant. It was like this cloud of smoke coming over the wall, and that was like, very depressing.
Okay. Yeah. Right ahead.
Janice Bjorklund, 9342 Hunting Circle. My husband and I attended the meeting the other night. We were totally unaware of this when we did attend. We learned a great deal. I certainly learned that we need to be very concerned about the legal issue. The whole ADA is something that has to be tiptoed around, there's no question. But I guess 2 things. I want to see the city council do anything they can to control what could be an increasing unpleasant issue. Always looking over your shoulder for the legal. But I also think we were just totally unaware of it as residents of Villa Park. Now, maybe we're just naive, but I have a feeling an awful lot of residents have no idea about this. So I think to some extent, the more we can get information out there about the meeting, what happened, et cetera, and kind of get the whole community at least aware rather than as unaware as we were.
Thank you. Is anyone else? If not, I'll bring it back to the council.
And I'd like to clarify a few things. We have, there's sober living homes and there's recovery and treatment centers. And the 2 homes that we have here one of them started out as a sober living home, but they're recovery and treatment centers. They are licensed, but they've got under 6 beds. They do distribute medication. Legally they can, because these are addicted into people coming in here who, trying to get off of opiums and stuff. So there is medication that has to be distributed to them. And the homes do serve a purpose, because they do try to rehabilitate them back in. They teach them how to cook, they teach them how to do yoga, they teach them how to, get their life back together. Unfortunately, in doing so, you've got 6 beds, and they're ruining an entire community. And that's the bad part. The good neighbor policy for the city of Orange, it's a 2-liner, by the way. We did look it up. It's 2 lines in their, I don't know what you want to call it, municipal code, what have you. The people who own those homes here, I have to say, she is a good neighbor. I mean, I like her, I've met her. I meet her about every 3 months. She's been honest with me whether I like the answers or don't like the answers. And I don't like the answers that there's, 23 cars coming in every day, 3 times a week. But she's trying to be a good neighbor. When I complained about the cigarette butts, she said, okay, well, they're not supposed to be smoking, so she stopped that. They're only going to smoke in the backyard. Well, when you have a group therapy home and you have 25 people in the backyard smoking, what does that do to your neighborhood? I know that there's risk involved to the city. There was risk involved when we decided that we were going to give notice to CalPERS and quit the pension. We didn't know whether or not they were going to make us pony up all the money because no one had ever done it. But we did it, and I think that we need to push back. If we don't push back, there's no one out there there's nobody out there who's going to come save Villa Park. I think that we need to protect our residents in some form, and I appreciate the legal analysis. It's a difficult concept for me to come to the council and to the residents and say, we have an ADA law, we can't do anything about it. Well, if we keep saying we can't do anything about it, then we better move. I don't know what we're going to do. We can't have our rights continually taken away from us at this point as a city. We've been here too long, and we do need to educate people. We need to make them aware of what's going on. And I just think we need to start to move forward in this. And if our little city starts that, when maybe another city will do it. Costa Mesa did it, Newport. Eventually, if enough people, as you said, you get enough people educated to get that movement behind you, maybe someone will listen to us. Because right now, Governor Brown isn't, no one's listening to us. They're just batting every bill that we bring up there. But we just have to keep throwing a bill up there and move our way up to the federal government. So I would hope that the council sees it that way. And I've done my best to educate the residents and bring them in. And I know that Robbie has gone to his own seminars and educated himself also.
And Mayor, I apologize. I should have said there have been legislative efforts at the California state level. I think Bill Bro from South Orange County led one. I haven't checked in a couple weeks. Is that still in committee to die? Is that
Well,
status?
there's a committee. We have ACCSC has a bill in there now which would allow somebody to come inspect the home. And that has not died yet. That's the only one that has not died. And you need to understand, there's only 15 people in the entire state that come to check on these homes. And the only 15. And the only reason they would come out to check is if you felt that someone was being abused. Not, you think they're not licensed. They just, 15 for the whole state.
And I don't think any of those 15 are allocated to Orange County. And what
Nope,
Clerk
they
Silva's-
don't care. And Villa Park isn't on the top of their list.
Clerk Silva's bill makes one come to Orange County.
Correct, it does. And it's moving through. I doubt, I hate to say that, I doubt it'll get passed. But there'll be another one right behind it, though. That's my thoughts.
So I guess the question is, where do we go from here?
Well, I make a motion to, from this point forward, limit the knowing licensed recovery and addiction centers from opening within 2,500 feet of each other.
Okay, so just before, just a little legal. So that would be a zoning ordinance revision.
I said knowing because I wouldn't know, yeah.
Right, so I mean, there's a process to go that would happen. That'd initially go to the CDC, then come back to the city council for a first reading and second reading. If that is the majority will of the council to do that type of ordinance, that would be the process for it.
Does it have to go to the CDC? We've passed zoning ordinances without them going to the CDC before, because I don't think it's in our municipal code to do that. So if there's I would not like it to go to the CDC.
The CDC in practice, if not in technical legal requirement, acts as our planning commission. So I would advise it's better policy to go through there, but it technically doesn't have to because the city council is the planning agency.
My
in the
motion is
city,
for it not to go to the CDC. It's to have the 5 people up here actually make the decision.
Can I also make a recommendation? I don't know if this is amending what you want to do or what others are thinking, but I still think that there's other things that we can do, like the good neighbor policies, and I don't think it has to be just one line, but I think that we ought to, as much as I hate to add stuff to the staff, I think we ought to come back with some recommendations with what we can do legally and things to take into consideration what the other residents have brought up in the other meetings and see if there's things that we can do creatively to help curb some of the things that are going on outside of someone calling the police, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd like to ask that the staff come back with some kind of recommendation on things that we could do as a council to implement outside of the zoning, okay?
I'd like to make a substitute motion. First of all, I want to thank council members Fasenelli and Pitts for looking into this. I too have spent some time on this, and this is just a partial list of the cities that are affected by these businesses and their businesses. Let's just be honest about it. I appreciate his words as far as balance, because I think that's a key buzzword when we're talking about their effects upon the community. But I do believe that we should not circumvent the process. We should not rush into this. I do not want to face the kind of liability that the cities of Costa Mesa and Newport Beach have. We do not have the resources for that. I spearheaded, as the chairman of the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee, issues with that have affected neighbors as far as fraternity houses that moved into our city. So I understand how an improper or misused business affects residents. And that was a home that was rented out to kids that had no control, no respect, no clue, and an absentee landlord. It's a different issue, but I understand the ramifications of competing interests. But I think if we rush into this, I think we're going to have an issue. So I would support moving this issue to the CDC and revisiting this after we've discussed it at that level, without a limitation as far as a specific number.
Are you referring to the zoning, or are you also referring to things like good neighbor policies and other creative things? that we could do?
Absolutely. No, I think that those are all things that we need to explore at the committee level. I think that Orange doesn't have the copyright on this. I think we need to explore it in a more meaningful approach. I appreciate the efforts, but I think we're rushing into this and potentially exposing our city coffers to liability needlessly.
The CDC consists of yourself and Collicott, and those meetings are not as widely seen. They're not televised. There's 5 people up here, and you know what? My phone is full of complaints, and Steve has all of them. I don't think they come to you. These 2 streets are full of families with kids, and I've been getting them now for 2 years. The day the lady moved in, the day she bought the second house, I'm the one who meets with her. I'm trying to get this entire council on board with this, not at a committee level, the whole council, to show that we actually need to have a presence to help this community, because it's going to explode because they make so much money.
I'm well aware of it. There's one that...
I just want to say something, Vince. I agree with Councilman Pitts. You know, we ought to look at legal ways to do something. I think that what you're trying to do here, the 25-foot thing, is not going to pass muster. What it's going to do is going to get us sued. It's going to cost us a lot of money, have a great liability. We should look at ways we can legally do what you want to accomplish. I agree with your goals of what you're trying to accomplish, but we need to try to accomplish it in a legal way. And I don't think what you're proposing here is going to pass muster legally. I think we've already been advised that. So, what was your motion, Ben?
Basically, to bring this to a committee level and work with staff and our legal city attorney to develop policies that aren't discriminatory, aren't inappropriate, that provide balance, that provide a good neighbor policy, but such that would survive legal challenge. So I don't know what the best vehicle is, but I think candidly, with all due respect, the efforts of other cities that have gone down that road have proved to be quite expensive. And there's nobody more concerned about public safety and the residents on this council than me. Not a single person. And I say that with all due respect. Not a single person here. So I understand property values. I have a sober living home very, very close to a family residence, which has been extremely deleterious to selling the property. But I think we have to act responsibly and carefully and do our due diligence.
Vince, I want to be a part of this process, and I think going to
Absolutely.
CDC excludes me from doing so. So I'd like to see it outside of the CDC, at least for now, and then once we adopt things, then if we want to go to the CDC. But I truly have invested a lot of my time to go learn about this, and I want to be involved, but I think if we put it through the CDC, I'm excluded from being a part of that process.
And I do have to say, I have been part of this process from the day that house opened up. I have invited the neighbors, they made us lunch, they talked to us, I call her, the residents call me. I haven't gotten anybody on this council until Robbie got on board, and he on his own said, hey, what's this sober living stuff? And he went on his own to Costa Mesa. I haven't gotten anybody at all to participate. Councilman Colacott, you did come to the seminar, and thank you very much that you did come. We
Well,
pay
I've
a lot
also
of money.
gone to other seminars elsewhere in Mission Viejo and elsewhere on sober living, so this is also something I've been very interested in.
But the residents contact me, they're not contacting you guys. So to put it in a committee level, all it's saying is, don't come to me. Don't come to me. Leave it at the council level, which is where it needs to be, and keep it out in the open, and every single month, let's talk about it and get the community involved so that we start the ball rolling. If we don't want to take the risk, if the council doesn't want to take the risk of being the first one to say, hey, I don't want you near me, then let's just start the movement.
Well,
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Well,
But
correct me if I'm wrong, this matter would eventually wind up back before the council.
But why hide it? Why do we keep
I-
hiding it in a
Let me ask
committee?
a question. You made the comment, Pitts, about having staff to come back with recommendations. What I hear Vince saying is have the CDC come back with recommendations. So what's the difference?
I think with staff, we can all be involved in the development of the processes and the development and the discussions of how we get to the end result. Whereas with the CDC, I can't be involved in that process.
But you still are gonna bring you back to recommendations.
It doesn't
You're involved
matter,
in
it's
it
all
then.
developed and
No,
all
no,
done
no,
before it ever
no,
gets to
it's-
me, and I have no input, Bill.
But you have input when it comes to you, and then you can
By
give them
then, it's all the
feedback.
decisions
No,
made.
it's
Oh,
not-
sure it
it's
is.
not
Sure it
decision
is. Then
made.
you get the
You
three.
can
to
interact
vote.
with the staff.
committees make recommendations to the council. The council makes the final decision. No committees make the decisions.
The CDC
There isn't a
couldn't approve
conspiracy
of it,
here, Robbie.
couldn't give us a
Everybody wants to work
recommendation on a
with you.
variance. I think this council needs to work together.
First
for the
off,
community.
I do too.
I'm gonna second Vince's motion. And I'm gonna call for the question.
I had a motion. Did anyone second my motion?
He made a substitute motion, didn't he, Vince?
I did.
I second yours.
I think it's a substitute motion.
What is your motion?
Did you have Vince's motion?
And I caution, if you make the motion, that you don't make the staff redo the work that's already been done. Because you don't, since you haven't been involved with that, what you do have is the background here at this council from all of us to be able to tell you what's been done on it. But if we're going to start all over again, it's going to be detrimental to the two streets that have this home on there, and they're going to be very disappointed.
I respectfully disagree.
What, you wanted to repeat the motion?
The motion is basically to come back with go to the CDC, to work with the council come back with a package of various options that could be done legally, and move forward with the eventual return to the city council with full recommendation package.
Correct.
All right, roll call.
Councilwoman Fasenelli,
No.
Councilman Pitts,
Nope.
Councilman Rossini,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colacott,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
Yes. Motion passed.
I do have a a comment to make to the residents out there. I have been working diligently on this. I will not let you down. I will continue to work with the owners that are in the city and the people who are on that street. Please continue to document everything and send it to me, and I will document it with the city. I send it all to them because that's the advice that was provided to me. That is the best. So I will not let you down and continue to work on it regardless of whether it goes to a committee or not. And I will keep the council and the city advised. Thank you.
Now with mayor and council members matters. Now's the time for individual council members' informational items. Starting with council member Rossini.
I'm going to go ahead and, in the interest of our invited guests, pass on any comments so that they can hopefully get home at a reasonable hour.
Let's see, on April 5th, at the request of Mayor Nelson, I represented the city at the Regional Mayor's Summit in the city of Walnut. And there were over 55 cities participating in the summit, and the issues that were discussed include cannabis regulation, which potentially could impact us, drone policies and innovation. This is going to be a very large industry. They anticipate that nationwide it's going to be an $82 billion industry by 2025. And solid waste reduction requirements and MS4 management issues. So it was a helpful summit. It was information only sort of a summit, though.
All right, thank you. Councilman Pitts.
I defer, I don't have anything.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yeah, I'd like to invite everybody. The Women's League is having their annual fundraiser for the Women's League. I think it's on April 30th. And the Villa Park Rotary is also having their event on May 7th. The tickets are available through the Rotary, and if you have any questions, please call City Hall. That would be great. And I do have a question, Bob. You were asked by the mayor again to represent the city at the summit, because I will be attending in May. I'll be going to a SCAG conference at the desert. I've gone every year. And I was going, and it's my understanding that the mayor made you a delegate without asking the council. And in the past, it had to be brought to council before we could delegate somebody. So I'm not quite sure what happened there.
I'll tell you what happened. Last time when I got a letter from the Orange County Association of Cities.
This is SCAG.
No, I'm telling you a little history. When I got a letter from the Orange County Association of Cities from Mayor Bernstein, said he asked me to have the council appoint someone for the his water committee. I brought it to the council.
No, you didn't. You didn't ask. I asked you if you asked anybody else, and you said no, and that's in the minutes.
No, I said I brought it to the council.
You didn't ask anybody else.
I didn't have to ask anybody else.
Now, Mayor Collicott, Mayor Nelson, you are appointing Mayor Pro Tem Collicott to go to everything. There are two other councilmen on here and myself. And I'm not quite understanding why you're excluding the three of us. Maybe you're asking Vincent and he is not going. I don't know that. But there are three other council people here.
That's not the issue you were saying.
That
about.
is my, no, that is my issue.
You were saying I didn't have the right to do that. When I brought it to the council, you said I didn't have to
I'm
bring it to
asking
the
you
council.
why Councilman Collicott is being a delegate. Last year, it was brought to the council, and you had to vote for me. So why don't you have to vote for him now?
Adjourn the meeting. I'm not going to listen to this anymore. I'm adjourning the meeting. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Come back to our
Are we adjourned, or we have a 5-minute break?
5-minute break. Yeah.
Go back to the
Adjourn this
workshop.
meeting to the study session.
It's sealed.
Okay, we're
No, right?
Taking care of your projects, that's what we're doing.
3 more hours of storm drains?
This is the fun stuff. Oh, come on now.
We're back to storm drains.
Yep.
Oh!
Whoa.
Ignored the residents, but we're back to storm drains.
I'm sorry I set that up.
You and me.
No. I was trying to help.
Thing down here.
I was trying to be helpful.
And I lifted, but not quite enough.
Can't even join the meeting.
Where were we? Summary of
So
alternatives.
we left off the presentation of the master plan of drainage update. We were looking at the pros and cons of alternative C for the improvements to the Center Drive storm drain. Alternative C, as a reminder, consisted of a retarding basin plus a shorter length of storm drain in Lemon Street from about Taft Avenue down to the channel. We already covered the pros and cons of alternatives A and B. The advantages of the retarding basin is that there would be less problems with impacts to traffic and utility relocations because of the shorter length of storm drain construction in Lemon Street. And the problems, it's also the least expensive of the 3 options. It only has a price tag of about $16 million and a shorter length of storm drain construction by about 1,900 feet compared to alternative B. But some of the disadvantages of a retarding basin are that unlike alternatives A and B, where you have an all-channel or all-storm drain system, if a retarding basin becomes full, if it's filled to capacity before the peak flow arrives, then the facility is completely ineffective. It's as if you have no flood control facilities there at all. So that's something to bear in mind. Also, as asked previously and answered, this alternative does require acquisition of some right-of-way from the private parcel of land as best we can determine at this point.
Yeah, I think you made a comment earlier in your presentation that the basin would not impact private property, and the tail ends of those several residences go right across that property right now all the way to Mesa.
That is correct, yes. The basin will not impact any lots that currently have residence structures.
It wouldn't impact the developed areas of the
Exactly.
lots.
Yes. It would only impact that one lot that is not developed presently.
But is it like someone's backyard or something?
It belongs to a private person entity, as best we can determine. We don't think it belongs to the city.
It's somebody's.
Yes.
The collapse above that.
Did you?
There is an easement dedication, flood easement dedication within that.
And also, as a side note, and this is not listed on there, there is a sanitary sewer line that is located at the bottom of that canyon right next to the channel. If you were to turn that area into a retarding basin, that sewer line would have to be relocated. And the cost of that relocation was also included in the $16 million cost estimate. And also, as mentioned earlier, that retarding basin would require removal of approximately 15 mature trees and all the vegetation that's at the bottom of that canyon. So there may be, problems with residents and how they feel about trees and vegetation in this community and environmental impact.
There might be something in there that we can't take that tree out.
Correct, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, we did not consult with an arborist. We did not study the type of vegetation. That was not studied in this report. That's correct.
They'll stop us immediately.
Yes. And we don't know if there is any type of wildlife
That's what I'm
that may be
referring to,
impacted.
the wildlife, that's correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So those are all important things to be considered moving forward. Based on this analysis, the recommendation that we would make at this time would be to pursue alternative B, it seems like the one that offers the easiest path to where the city wants to go as far as mitigating the existing conditions of flooding. It's the one that's most certain. It requires no right-of-way acquisition, and it minimizes traffic impact.
Except, you know, as I brought up earlier, I think that that portion of Lemon Street, there's a fair-sized hill between Mesa Drive and Serrano Drive.
Yes.
Or Serrano/Alice Drive. So are you suggesting that you'd be tunneling through that hill? Or would you pump it over the hill? Because it's a fairly good-sized hill. You're not going to be trenching.
We would have to explore options such as shoring, trenching, or tunneling. We wouldn't pump it. We wouldn't recommend pumping it.
You should probably go back and revisit that hill.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes. I've made a note of that.
I don't think I'm a layman, but it doesn't look feasible for
Okay.
a gravity storm drain.
Plus also, since really these are all, three alternatives, A, B, and C, is really upgrading the existing regional facility which belongs to the county in order to make it, to increase the capacity. It would have to work very closely with the county, in order to determine what is the best option that can be in order to increase that capacity.
Right, we'd have to work with the
Yes.
county as a county
Flood.
project
Yes.
and county improvement of their facilities, so they'd have to choose the alternatives, but if we're going to present B as an alternative, let's make sure that it's really a feasible alternative before we go any further with this.
Yes, I appreciate the input, Councilman. We'll definitely take a closer look. Next? Yes, I'm sorry.
You have here, we have to relocate utility lines. That cost has not been taken.
It has. We came up with a line item for utility relocation based on our past experience with
You did
these
put
types
that in
of
there.
projects.
Thank
Are these existing underground utilities that exist underground today, or are we taking, what about the overhead? Are we talking about relocating those as well, or is it just the underground?
We don't think there would be any need to relocate overhead facilities, only underground lines.
The drains would be located in the street right-of-way, correct?
Correct, yes, that's correct.
Question on the acquiring new rights-of-way.
Yes.
Or right-of-way.
Yes.
What kind of numbers have you come up with as part of that $16 million? I'm at a loss how we can get to 16 million having to acquire a new right-of-way, given the value.
This one's 20 million, B.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm specifically looking at C here.
Yes.
The open channel. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have my doubts, but I'd love to hear your input.
Of course, sure. We were able to find one property online within the city of Villa Park, which was of relatively similar size, and it was undeveloped. And we used the price per square foot that was in the listing to calculate what the city would most likely have to pay to acquire this parcel in its entirety. It would be a complete take.
Okay.
So we basically multiplied the unit price from that one property that was listed, and we multiplied that by the total area of this lot to come up with the cost of right-of-way acquisition for the retarding basin.
Now, is it possible, I know like down in Santiago, the Santiago Hills development in East Orange, they have a flood control basin that's actually a park when it's not full water.
Yes, sir.
And is it possible that if this were developed as a retention basin, that this could also be developed for park purposes?
It absolutely is possible, yes. It would have to be looked at from several perspectives. I imagine it depends on whether the city would be interested in having any type of a permanent dead storage of water, like in a pond, as in a pond, access would may be a problem because the existing slopes on both sides of this canyon are really steep. We would have to design the grading for an access ramp with a maximum slope of about 10 to 15%. So I'm not sure how much room that would leave for easy access of the public into a recreational.
Those are problems that could be evaluated at a later date.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then resident input would be critical. I'm not sure how enthusiastic the residents would be about having a park for public use.
They're not going to be enthusiastic about an open channel, so the park is, we're not going to make it to that part.
On that same note, on C, you have potential, as a pro, potential recreational uses. Maybe I missed something there. Is that more or less what you had in mind, or?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to
yes.
make sure I'm on the same page.
Absolutely. That's,
Okay. I have to get it.
there's always that I mean, retarding basins can always be multi-use facilities.
Right.
But they can also become attractive nuisance, as you well know. Something that would attract, little children if you have.
Stock it with catfish,
exactly.
maybe? Probably fishing pole?
Water.
Well, I assume too that we would have to get other agencies involved, like Vector and so forth, because, new retention of water would introduce the possibility of additional mosquitoes and things of that nature.
Absolutely, that's a problem, and a retarding basin is going to require more maintenance than a storm drain. It has to be kept clear of debris and brush to have enough room for flood storage. So if the city were to take on that responsibility, it's something that needs to be considered very carefully. So if there are no more.
Well, I have a couple of, I'm ignorant about some of these things, so I'm going to ask some really probably stupid questions. Are there any pre-existing conditions that prevent us from FEMA or other county or state funding in the event that something happens that exceeds the flow of water and causes flooding?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Well, I mean, I read in the report there were different places where there were pre-existing conditions, and if we did not repair this at this point in time, would that prevent us from getting FEMA funding like we're getting for the existing storm drain collapse and other things because it was it's kind of like Obamacare with pre-existing conditions? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
And I know I see some frowns in the room, so it must be a really stupid question.
Oh, no.
No,
not
no,
at
that
all.
makes sense. Would FEMA, if we don't do something, will FEMA cover us? Because after so many years of letting it be in neglect, of what you're saying.
Yes.
Government will always come back in.
Do you know?
Let me, maybe try to answer it, and I think also colleagues from the county might be able to help us with that answer. FEMA's requirement, if there's any flood occurs and damages to the city's infrastructure or to property and so on, they'll assist on, if we qualify, they'll assist in replacing with something that is similar, unless there is some conditions that you might be able to upgrade the facility to something a little bit bigger, but normally they try to is replace with same as what's existing. So, but I'm not aware of any conditions that if the facility has less capacity and we get flood and damage the adjacent properties, that would disqualify us from any assistance from.
Okay. Are there
Is that correct, what I said? Or Penny Lou is, from OC Public Works, and she's been assisting us in getting our flood damage.
Okay, so I wanted to understand
I
your
was just
question a little
asking
bit
about
better.
any pre-existing conditions before we make changes to the existing infrastructure, and something happened. Would that prevent us from any support from FEMA or anybody like that?
If you're referring to your existing floodplains, no, it wouldn't. If your project would remove those floodplains, that would be a really good thing.
Okay.
And if they don't, it wouldn't penalize you in any way, because let's see, an easy way of explaining this, your city topography is what it is, the floodplains are where they are, and so if the drainage improvements can include maybe those localized areas, then, you know, the effort put towards it would be worth it. But no, you wouldn't be penalized.
Okay. I guess the other question I had was this recent rain that caused the damage at Henderson.
Yes.
How does that compare to the 100-year flood? I mean, how much capacity did we generate through that storm that was in comparison to what we're trying to accommodate for here?
I think we both.
Somebody.
We got it.
I'll let you know. Yeah. We reached it in?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, so there were parts of the county that received in excess of a 50-year rainfall event. Those were localized to within Anaheim. Throughout the majority of the rest of the county, we had a 10-year storm event with this. So that's where we are in comparison to a 100-year event. That's not meaning that a 100-year event is tenfold, but we had a 10-year storm year recurrence interval for this.
Okay, and is there mandates that say that we have to comply with the 100-year?
For removal from the floodplain, for the
Just for that purpose?
for if you want to remove people from within the floodplain, you'd have to remove them within the 100-year floodplain that FEMA has. For FEMA's Q, which is kind of equivalent to an 100-year expected value event within the Orange County Hydrology Manual. For design of improvements for OCFCD, we look at a 100-year high confidence recurrence interval, which is listed within the Hydrology Manual. So the difference on that is that we're saying that there's a 50th percentile event, so we have a 50-50 chance of being right if we use expected value. And on the high confidence, we say the 85th percentile event, so you really only have about a 15% of missing the mark of what that would be.
So the one thing I missed in the study was the benefit to the people in the floodplain. What's the benefit to them in relationship to the $23 million that we're spending?
I think
that was another dumb question, probably.
The removal from the floodplain and the need therefore to be paying into flood insurance as a mandate is the benefit.
And also the removal of the potential for their residences to be flooded and damaged.
Yes, right.
I understand that, but we're talking about a 100-year event here.
Yeah,
And the
they do
benefit
occur.
and the benefit of what they're paying in insurance today versus having to pay higher taxes to offset the cost for $23 million worth of infrastructure improvements.
Okay, so after the improvements are made, assuming that they were, or they would be designed for ultimate capacity, then you would file a LOMR, which is LOMR, a letter of map revision with FEMA, showing that the improvements have been made, they've been certified, and that what FEMA calls the 1% chance storm is contained in those improvements. And then if you could show that they're contained in the new facilities or improved facilities, then the floodplain would be removed.
Okay.
And those folks would no longer have to pay flood insurance.
But it still doesn't guarantee that they wouldn't get flooded, correct?
You can't really predict what Mother Nature is going to do,
After God.
if that's what you mean.
So the city pays $23 million for 60 people who
Well, maybe not the city.
flood insurance. Well, somebody, I don't care who, the inequity is.
Yeah, your floodplains here are pretty small, relatively,
anybody to
compared to the rest of the county, is my understanding.
So what are funding mechanisms for this? Outside of us paying for it ourselves?
Well, we pay for it either way. If the county pays for it, it comes through taxes, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we do pay, if you look on your tax bill, you'll see a flood control, Orange County Flood Control District tax assessment every year.
So I'm assuming the $23 million would impact that and it would go up, correct?
Well, no, you're paid for everybody else's flood improvements throughout the county over
Right.
the past 80 years that the flood control
Right.
district's been there.
There's one more, idea or priority.
I do have another question first, Akram. I was looking back over the slide again, and I'd asked earlier about Janus Street, and Janus is also in the floodplain. It's listed in blue.
Yes.
So it appears that the flood drain, the county flood drain behind those properties is inadequate. So there's deficiency there. And then there's, of course, then right at the intersection of Center Street and Serrano, near there's another flood zone area or flood hazard area. Then there's, flood zoning that goes all the way across, all the way over to Santiago Boulevard. Currently, there's a open flood control channel that goes on the south side of Cervilla Middle School. And it seems like, have you considered possibly just improving the drainage, going all the way across Serrano, over to Santiago's to carry a portion of the drainage? So part could go down Center Street for a good part of the flow, and then excess be diverted to the west, down to that channel by Cervilla, because that seems like it'd be the shortest length of improvement you'd have to make, and of course, there's already an open channel on the south side of Cervilla Middle School.
Yes, Councilman.
Could that be evaluated as a alternative D?
Yes. Let me just start by discussing that slide that you mentioned, the one that shows the FEMA
Yeah.
flood zone map. The FEMA study that was done, the flood insurance study, did not address any localized flooding. What they did, basically, the study only looked at the Center Drive facility, and they did the hydraulic analysis for that facility, determined how much would overflow in the event of a 100-year storm. So once they had the quantity of flow that would not fit within the channel, they did an inundation analysis, and that's how they determined the limits of the flooding that you see. So basically, that's all caused by, in the eyes of FEMA, is all caused by the overflow from the Center Drive facility.
In other words, the water that the Center Drive facility cannot handle.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So splitting part of the overflow down to the west, and it's only a quarter mile from approximately from Janus over to Nichols Street.
Yes. The area east of Nichols, in the vicinity of Serrano, that was part of the second CIP project that Akram just mentioned, which we are going to present.
Yeah, but you're not talking about diverting any of the flow that comes down the Center Street drain.
Diverting the flow that comes down Nichols. That's the one that.
No, we're talking different things. Yeah, I'm familiar with the issue crossing Nichols. I'm saying that the water coming down the drain down Janus, and then which then is conveyed over to Center Street and down Center Street, ultimately to the gravel pits.
Yes.
Okay, diverting part of that flow to the west, crossing Nichols into the open storm drain.
Okay. No, we did not. We did not look at that alternative. No.
Yeah, that would only require about a quarter of a mile of improvements.
Yes, because there is an existing storm drain that was just installed in Serrano, which we could tie into. I think is that what you were?
No, I'm talking about diverting it
into
just to the
channel.
storm drain on the south side of the Cervilla Middle School campus.
Well, there is enough capacity in that channel.
Requires also the evaluation of where the water is going, which is that channel is going to Santiago. So then within City of Orange, so we gotta understand what is the capacity of that facility. Would it be able to take any of the diversion of water?
Heck, just let the City of Orange deal with it.
So I mean, it becomes
Liability for the city, yeah. anytime you divert flows, you may be liable. So definitely you would need to study that, but it's certainly worth taking a look at. We'll definitely look at it.
And Akram, any of these efforts, joint efforts between us and Orange in the redevelopment of some of this?
Well, we did send a copy of our report to the city of Orange, and we've invited them also to attend this meeting. We told them that we have a study session, and the public works city engineer, he said he'll review the report. If they have any comments that would impact their facilities, they'll
Okay. And I assume we're only responsible for what's within our boundaries and not external to that. So any feed that we get from above us that feeds into our existing facilities, that causes impact there,
Just have to bring it that far.
is that all our responsibility from
Right now,
the
it
line
just
down
or a channel.
to the
Yeah, I mean,
boundary to boundary?
yes,
down
I mean,
here
we
it's got a big
receive
always
flow
dry.
from the surrounding areas, and so we have to accept it. And then, it's going, our flow is going also to somebody else. But when we start diverting the flow, it becomes an issue because you're increasing the,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
the impact.
Okay.
Well, I think that's something the Flood Control District can work with us on. That's their bailiwick, and that's probably a county storm drain, I would guess, on, once you get down to Serrano or to Santiago anyway.
I'm not sure, it's an issue because we don't know if it's an issue until we actually take a look at the pipe downstream in Orange.
We'll check into that, yes.
Yes. But to answer your question, yes, the study was basically limited to within the boundary of the city of Villa Park. We did not study the hydraulics outside the city limits. And I think with that, if there are no more questions, we can move to the next slide. Another area of concern that was brought to our attention is the flooding that has occurred in the past in front of the high school on Taft near Nichols. There's not sufficient capacity. Taft does not have sufficient capacity to carry the 10 or the 100-year storms within the flood protection policy guidelines. So we looked at one alternative. One alternative would be to construct a new storm drain with catch basins in Taft Avenue to collect the flow, but that would be very expensive. It would cost almost $1.8 million to do that just within the city boundary, and then you would have to extend the storm drain through the city of Orange until you connect to the existing storm drain outlet at Santiago Boulevard. So we looked at an alternative to that to reduce the flow that's getting down Nichols to Taft by capturing the flow downstream of the intersection of Nichols Avenue and Serrano, and diverting it into the existing channel that Councilman Collicott mentioned that's located south of the Cerro Villa Middle School. If you go to the next slide, you can see the photograph over on the lower right side shows it's basically looking south at Nichols Avenue at the intersection of Serrano. There's a cross gutter on the east side of the intersection and a curb opening on the west side. And that curb opening collects some of the flow, some of the runoff in Nichols, and discharges it into a gutter that eventually drains into the existing channel south of the middle school. But you can tell from the slope of the street and the amount of spread in the roadway that existing curb opening is not able to pick up or, in hydraulics terms, intercept a very large percentage of the runoff. So most of the flow bypasses that opening and continues downstream to Taft, where there have been reports of flooding at that intersection and then in front of the high school. Therefore, in collaboration with the city, we came up with a design, a very preliminary design, for constructing a barrier across Nichols, downstream of Serrano. What we're envisioning is similar to a speed hump, but it's much wider. It's what the traffic engineers refer to as a speed table. It's approximately 8 feet wide, and it traverses the entire width of the street from curb to curb, and then reconstructing the pavement at the intersection, basically lowering everything by about 4 inches. That would allow the runoff that's captured at this point to be completely intercepted through that curb opening and diverted entirely into that channel. This would capture up to the 10-year storm event. And anything in excess of the 10-year storm would still be contained within the existing parapet wall on the west side of the street and the fence on the east side. So there would not be any potential flooding of the residences in the vicinity of that intersection. The next slide basically shows pictures of the chute that's located at the downstream end of that curb opening. Basically, the flow that's captured in that curb opening flows out through this concrete channel and continues downstream through an AC gutter next to the middle school playground and parking lot, and then it transitions into an earthen channel on the south side of the school's athletic field. We actually did a topographic survey of
Is that orange?
That's in the city of
That's
Orange.
orange, and it
Exactly.
crosses over at that point.
The channel is maintained by the city of Orange. We had to work with the city to gain access to that channel, and we did a topographic survey of that channel so we could calculate the capacity. And we know that it can contain the 10-year storm that we're going to divert from Nichols. So going back to Councilman Collicott's suggestion about capturing some of the flow from Janus, we need to see if the additional flow on top of what we're diverting from Nichols could be accommodated in this channel, but we'll certainly look at that. And the cost for this option is significantly less than constructing a storm drain in Taft. This slide basically shows a summary of all of the priority projects that this study recommends to be studied by the city. Project 1 through 1.6, these are high priority projects. They provide the greatest benefit to the community in terms of the dollars spent. Project 1.1 is repairing the section of the storm drain that's collapsed and has since been replaced by a temporary open channel. Projects 1.2 through 1.4 are the 3 alternatives A, B, and C that we discussed. And the rest are a couple of storm drains. Everything that's priority 1 is shown in red, or what appears to be orange on this exhibit. Priorities 2 and 3 are shown in blue on this map. And they basically are, it's a summary of the hydraulic analysis that we presented previously. Just to point something out, the Nichols Avenue diversion, if you look at the cost of the diversion structure in the vicinity of the middle school, we're only estimating that's going to cost about $57,000 to put in those improvements versus a cost of $1.8 million to construct a new storm drain system in Taft to alleviate the flooding. And again, that's only within the city boundary. To continue that downstream would cost even more. And that's basically, that concludes our presentation. With that, we can open it up to questions.
Did our estimate go from $600,000 to $843,000 on the storm drain collapse that we had? Item number 1-1?
Yes.
That's at 843?
Yes.
And is item 1-5 also, 1-5 also associated with that too?
That would be construction of a new storm drain in Lemon Street upstream of Mesa. That would be up here. Our analysis.
I
showed,
thought we put in for 600,000. That's gone to 843 now.
We have not
different
filed our
estimate.
final.
we haven't filed yet.
We haven't
Haven't filed
finalized our
yet,
final claim,
Okay,
and that's what we're
okay.
meeting with FEMA.
Also,
So our
that
claim
other
is upwards,
692 doesn't have some of the storm damage. that's
Okay.
included in
our claim is upwards toward $1 million at this point.
Okay.
So, and it's still rising based on discussions we're having capturing costs. So that's what we're working on through. So FEMA has not set a dollar amount yet, and we haven't agreed to any number.
Okay.
I'm looking at this in kind of simple terms. We've got a 100-year flood. If that happens, FEMA's coming in. The federal government's going to help us.
Yep.
Because it's just how it works. I mean, 100-year flood, it's going to take out a house, it's going to take out whatever it is, and FEMA's coming in. Not necessarily, there's no guarantee we spend $36 million. FEMA's still going to come in because it's still going to wipe the homes out. Right now, I know we had a storm drain collapse. In all honesty, how much are we going to pay for it? I mean, we're doing what we can. What are we going to have? $40,000 in cost? $30,000? The other $900,000, FEMA's coming in because we've got an emergency situation. So this is fascinating, but for our small city, I'm looking at the logistics that if the 100-year flood comes, none of this is going to matter, and I don't know if it's going to save us because we're not even paying for the storm drain that just collapsed. So I'm really taking it down. I'm not trying to. This is impressive, and if we had all the money in the world, it would be great. But I'm trying to figure out where our benefit is right now for a city that doesn't have anywhere this kind of money. And to do this, I mean, we're going to have to buy, we're going to have to sell bonds. I mean, we don't have this kind of money, and that just isn't going to pass our residents. I don't care how much we tell them about the flood.
The question I have, some of this is county pipeline. It looks like the major one that you're talking about replacing is a county pipeline. It has the major money.
yes.
I'd like to see the money broken out about what's for our local lines versus what the county lines are. Because you've combined the two, as I understand it. Because I don't think it's our responsibility to alleviate the county problem, is it?
It's,
Let the county speak.
Do you have a checkbook behind there?
I brought my checkbook with me. No, my name is Nardi Khan with Orange County Public Works, and I first wanted to thank the city for their diligent efforts. I think this is very proactive, so we're very impressed that the effort is taking place. As far as ownership of the line, you are correct, Councilmember Nelson, Mayor Nelson, is that the county would be looking at, its own areas of responsibility. One of the things is this is our first look at the report, and the maps that we provided show OCFCD lines. A lot of it has to do with mapping. We haven't had an opportunity to truth the ownership on all of those lines. I think it's something that we need to do also, and we will be sending a comment letter to the city on that. But as far as if there is a portion that is county property, county facility, which it looks like there should at least be the one major line that you call it, process for county to do a project, and we all do collect the flood taxes, that's all correct, but we do have a capital improvement project of our own, and we divide up our tax dollars that way. In order for us to consider a new project we go through what's called the CEFCAC process. That's the County Engineers Flood Control Advisory Committee. And that gets together once every year, and we ask for project nominations. We recently did solicit that from all of the cities. We didn't get a nomination from the city of Villa Park, so we're currently not envisioning an upgrade of that line in the near future. We would want to see a submittal for one of the future years. And certainly, if there's any type of funding that's going in there, we'll consider it more favorably. But right now, we don't have any plans to do any upgrades that are shown on this proposal either.
Question: what is the budget on a yearly basis for that type of submittal?
If you'd like to nominate a project,
Yeah, or what does the county put forward each year to various submittals? I don't know if it's one that wins or several that win county support.
so it has to rank a certain way. There's several elements. There's no one formula. Again, there's several improvements, many improvements that need to happen within the county, and they just get ranked by priority. So it's not that only one passes or two. It just depends on the merits of the project itself.
Well, I appreciate that, but do you have a ballpark idea how much that chunk of change is that the county is putting out towards those projects on a yearly basis?
So our, I'd gotta go back and take a look. Do either of you have the flood CIP? I'll go back and look at my numbers, but we do have a certain amount that goes into the flood budget every year. I'll go double check my number, but I think it's 50 million,
Okay.
maybe, total. 30 to 40.
Thank you. Sorry to pin you down
Okay,
without
thank you.
notice, but
That's okay.
it's just kind of good
Thank you.
for.
That's why I brought my team, because they've got all the facts. But yes, about 30 to the 40.
Okay.
Nardi, could we just, excuse me, but you fund 30 to 40 million. How much do you not fund that's submitted in proposals each year? How much is underfunded in the system, if you will? You say there's a lot of projects needed. What is the amount pending?
So if you look at the ASCE report card, flood infrastructure ranks, think about a C or a D. So infrastructure within just general vicinity of our Southern California area is severely underfunded. I think the estimates show that with the current funding sources, it'll take about 90 years to bring facilities back into compliance. So there's
What I wanted to, reference point,
Yeah.
I wanted to bring you to that.
This is going to be a long-term project.
Context.
That's a very good reality
But if we
check,
don't
and I
get in
appreciate
line-
you bringing that up.
If we never get in line, we'll never make it to the head of the line.
Exactly.
But that's correct, yes. If there's certainly a need for the project and the city would like to support it as far as putting it on the county's books, then we'd look at a nomination, but yes.
You can count on it.
The other question would be, if the county's line is on Center Street, do you jointly submit a proposal with us? Because you're a vested partner in that as well. So we can submit something, but we'd be submitting on your behalf, in essence, right? So for that center line. So how would we would be submitting jointly with you? Is that the process? How would it work?
You could do that. We could do a joint nomination, or the other thing that the county
I mean,
does
I've
for
seen that
for
you
our
guys- yeah.
facilities. So let's just say for a moment, the city did not submit anything. As you say, we'll look at the county facility, and one of the things that we're doing is we're working on a master plan of flood facilities, similar to what you're doing here, but at a larger scale. So we're looking at the county as a whole, and we're ranking our facilities, and then we'll take the ones that are the most significant in the area, and certainly the ones that will remove people from the floodplain are always highest priority.
So then the other question, I apologize because we haven't really talked, but if this is, you analyze these every year, how much is really discretionary every year versus how much is already committed for future years? Because you have a 5-year CIP, for instance, right? You've committed most of it. What is really truly discretionary that comes up new each year that gets funded? So in other words, what goes back to what Councilman Rossini, how much is available of each year that you're going to potentially fund?
So we do a 7-year CIP. We'll be taking our next 7-year CIP to the board in May of this year. And pretty much all of the funds for flood are already allocated to capital improvement projects in the area. So there's nothing really available that's up for grabs, so to speak.
So for next year, will there be funds? I mean, or how do you anticipate, well, why would we do a process next year if you've already locked up funds this year?
So we can always defer projects if another one comes up that's of higher priority. So if you brought a project that was very strong and we could, shift projects around, but it's not that there's a bank of monies available per se that's floating. We'd have to push something else out of the queue. And we can certainly do that again, depending on the merits of the project.
Well,
But realistically, it
yeah.
would be difficult. You'd be pushing out something like work in the Westminster watershed. We're doing sheet piles in San Juan Creek where we had a levee failure and we had homes at risk. So we definitely have to weigh everything that's in our queue.
Yeah. Things change. First of all, I think we've got some strong, certainly we'd be co-applicants with the county since this is a county facility, trying to get an improvement on a deficient county facility. But again, things change, and from time to time in this country, we've seen things like we saw just a few years ago, where if you had a shovel-ready project, it got funded. And it's good to have something in the wings, ready to go. Get in line, at some point in time, somebody's going to get to the front of that line. But if we don't ask, if we don't plan, we'll never get it fixed.
Absolutely.
And, again, we want to be responsive to those of our residents that are paying flood insurance. Some are paying $3,000 a year for flood insurance for their properties. And, we should be looking out after them as well as we're looking out after other residents for other things.
Real quick, this administration's proposed infrastructure as a high priority. Have you guys heard anything about flood or those types of things that mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Colacott that would be forthcoming? Or is there initiatives that we should be looking for? Because I remember the county did lose out on project funding because we didn't have shelf-ready projects when, I forget what the
Shovel-ready project, yeah.
there was an act that was.
American Rehabilitation.
Yeah. And that sort of thing. So I mean, I guess that's, if there's something coming, then we need to be expeditious in our preparations, I guess.
So, I mean, it's certainly a great thing to have a project shovel-ready. As you said, you never know what's coming in the queue. What we've heard from the Trump administration is that infrastructure is seen as very favorably. There was a batch of infrastructure projects that got moved up to the queue as considered priority. There was one desalination facility in Huntington Beach that was in that realm. We don't quite know how it got there, but we always have our list of projects that we are certainly ready to submit. But certainly it doesn't hurt to have projects that are shovel-ready, or to have studies like this one that identify where your priorities are, because that's always helpful. But we don't have anything in particular that's coming in towards the flood fund. There was the new SB1 for transportation dollars, but nothing in particular invigorating flood. And flood percentage is very low compared to other counties, just
real
as a
quickly,
fact.
the flood had bankruptcy money that they set aside, didn't they? Did they set aside money for bankruptcy recovery?
We've paid the debt from the bankruptcy.
There's extra revenue increment that's coming in. That's all been allocated?
For capital projects, yes.
Yeah, that's, because I know Parks, for instance, is getting an additional $12 million that they're not paying toward bankruptcy, et cetera, et cetera. And I know flood was also in the mix. I just didn't know how much and if you guys already committed that fund.
Yeah, we go through the CIP and we commit the projects, the project funds that way.
Well, this is the first time I think we've really had a chance to look at their final report. I would caution the Flood Control District not to review it at this point in time. I know I intend to sit down. I've identified a couple of things that look like things that need to be reevaluated by the consultant before we put a ribbon on this thing. And you've heard me discuss those this evening. We would like you to look at it, though, and we would like to, talk with you about, what can we do cooperatively and, even for future planning to try to address some of these deficiencies. So thank you very much for coming.
Not a problem. You're welcome.
Thank you. Give a little background about, how do we get to this point? When I was first elected on council, I came into the City Hall. It was one of my first visits to City Hall, and being an old flood control person, I asked, well, I want to see the storm drain maps. And at that time, our then city manager in Akron said, we don't have any storm drain maps. And, my question was, well, gee, how do we maintain our storm drains? Well, we maintain our storm drains. When something breaks, we go fix it. And that's not really the best way to manage your infrastructure. The best way to manage your infrastructure is to know what's there and identify problems before they occur and fix them before you've got a problem, before somebody's house gets flooded out or you've got a storm drain collapse or whatever. So we got it. I worked with Councilman Nelson. We got a budget item a couple years ago to fund such a study as this. And the object was not really so much to identify, major projects, although it's nice that, to see these developed. But we want to know, first of all, where are our storm drains? Where are they located? What are their sizes? What are they made out of? And what are the problems? So that we can, if there are problems, deficiencies, like corrugated metal pipe storm drains that are about to fail, we can go out and fix them before they do. So those are the primary objectives that we were looking for, and we also wanted to, as part of that, have a video inspection of some sort so that we could actually see, where are the problems in our storm drain system. We had one major problem, of course, occur in January that kind of beat us to the punch. But we want to avoid those in the future, and we want to see what needs to be fixed so that we don't have flooding in our neighborhoods, we don't have residences with flooded homes or any flood damage. I'm interested in seeing more information on that in the report. I don't know if we've received the full report at this point, of what you've provided us. Have you videoed all the storm drains, or was that somehow not included in your scope of work?
We have completed the video of all the storm drains. We're in the process of viewing the videos and identifying or assessing the condition of the storm drains.
Okay, all the storm drains are just the corrugated metal pipe storm drains?
Only the corrugated metal pipe storm drains.
Okay, so we don't know if there are deficiencies in any of the other, if we have concrete pipe storm drains or whatever?
No, that was not included in our scope of work.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, then, I guess that's something we'd want to know is, what else would it take for us to, and would you recommend evaluation of any of those storm drains?
Good question.
That would be another engagement letter, correct?
Yeah, that are owned by the city, not the counties. The county takes care of their storm drains.
Yes. Our recommendation would be to maybe
Well, think
video-
about it. We don't have to give us a
Okay,
recommendation
sure.
from the podium.
Okay.
But, I'd like to see something about that in the final report and,
Sure.
some idea of, what would that take?
Okay.
And is that something appropriate for us to do? I
Is
know
this
that,
not the final report? I thought this was the final.
This is draft, still draft. Yes.
So,
Well, here's the question I have. What I heard the county say is that there's no money in their budget for this pipeline in the near future. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Right. So then, is that correct?
That's correct. And just to correct the record, the flood control capital improvement program for fiscal year 16-17 is $66.4 million, and for 17-18 it's $7.28 million. All of that funding has been allocated to other projects.
Yeah, that's what I heard you say. It's been committed. So does it make sense then for us to fix ours if they don't fix theirs? That appears to be the major problem. Because it looks like everything else except for the main one is the cities. Is that right?
That is correct.
well, I think
And when it breaks, FEMA will come in and fix it.
if we have,
We hope.
we could have a neighborhood storm drain
Big
that,
hope.
let's say, may be blocked by roots or,
Oh, yeah,
maybe some physical
that's
damage.
That's a different story. Just
Yeah,
fix
we
it.
want to fix our
Some of the
city-owned storm drains, for sure.
If we have the money to do it.
But this, as I understand it, was looking at the capacity of the
Yeah.
pipelines
Right.
and determining whether they can withstand a 100-year storm, right? And you run your little cases and find out that it can. But I'm saying if the county doesn't fix the major problem, should we spend a lot of money fixing the minor ones just for capacity?
You may want to consider looking at the proposed improvements east of Center Drive, because that part of the city is not being flooded due to the deficiencies in the Center Drive drain.
Oh,
So
okay.
those improvements would alleviate some of the local drainage issues at a significantly lower cost than what would cost to upgrade the Center Drive facility. But making improvements to the facilities that are shown west of Center would not make any sense until Center Drive has been improved. And just one other note, We did state that the 100-year flood cannot be carried by the center drive drain, but that facility is also unable to carry the 25-year flood also. So you may expect flooding more frequently than once every 100 years. Just a cautionary note.
Why is this coming to us in the draft form? It was my understanding that we were, I mean, the report is yours, so I would not expect it to be changed based on our comment, because we paid you to give us the report.
Well, I think,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think what we were trying to do is give some comment and input on where we were, so the council could talk about direction and give some of the input. It is in draft form, because if there's final things under the current engagement, once they've finalized their report, their engagement's completed, and we want to make sure that we're getting everything we want in our report. So we're doing this. This is a workshop. There was no decision required of the council today, but for some time since I've been here, I've been asked, where's the status of this report? So we've tried to get you an update of where we are and then get some input. So it's an opportunity to get some feedback. And, you know, the thing you always want to avoid is, why didn't you ask me before you finished that thing? Well, we're asking you before we finish that thing, and we wanted to get some input. I think that's what we're trying to do here in a dialogue, as opposed to a final, come to you, make a decision. You don't have to make a decision today. It's something where you can think about and you can give us some input, and we get some input from the county. We can get some discussions going, and I think that's what we're trying to do at this point. And then we'll finalize the report under the incurred
Which
engagement.
the report doesn't need, it's just a report. There's nothing,
It is no required action.
there's no required action. We are just,
Correct.
this is just a report.
Just a study session.
Today is just a study
But in
session.
the end, it's just a report.
Again, yes, it's a consultant report with the prerogative of the
Later
council
on.
to do what they want to do.
Yeah, just like the pavement condition index report is just a report, and we have to decide on, you know, what we want to do with that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Anything else? Anything else, Steve?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you
Time
for
to
your
leave.
time.
Go adjourn.
We'll adjourn the meeting then. Thank you.